as hard as you can in stage one. Everything has something really, really big to play for, as I'm sort of saying, you know, multiple teams.
New players, new talent growing throughout our region, and it's not going to change. We're going to see who's going to be able to go above and beyond this year.
Come Thursday, we're going to take it out.
We've seen a few of them. Vizsla does clear. Mike, though, able to respond. Minimize there as well. Vizsla in a very, very awkward line. He gets one, he gets two, gets three!
The Who +2's got nothing on us.
On this map, apparently not the case at all. My shoe, though. Hang on a second. Haven't seen one of those.
Game tonight against NSG, we're going to win, for sure.
They're in the side to smoke back. I don't think there's going to be any pressure. Oh my God!
Fun crew. More like done crew, bro. They ain't getting more than 5 rounds. Let's go.
Gore won't quite find him to the left side. And now Sinaway as well. Just has to make it happen. 3 out of nowhere. Insane spray transfer.
It's day 3 of the playoffs here for Valorant Challengers Oceania. Yesterday we had an amazing set of games, some upsets if you will as well. Both semi-finalists that got there through the group stage knocked down to the lower bracket. My name is Enoch. Joining me today is Zach. Zach, you were there yesterday. You got to see the games. 2 teams that obviously finished in the top 2 from the group stage from that regular season, both losing 2-0.
Yeah, I didn't expect them to be that dominant of victories coming out, especially like you mentioned, considering that both the teams that lost were arguably the upper seeds heading into those semifinals. But they do have another chance to make up for their performance yesterday. They are in the lower brackets, so they're not out of the tournament quite yet. And I'm very excited to see how they're going to be doing. New day, new me, you know, maybe.
Yeah, that is the beauty of double elimination. We'll go and bring that up on your screens as well. A reminder, of course, as to how things have shaped up, how we've kind of got to where we are as well. There was top 8 from groups that have made it to the top 6 here in the playoffs. We still remain with 6 teams, but by the end of today, only 4 will be left standing. Of course, stage 2 is where you really want to be. That's where you get the path to ascension. So really all of this is about the money, the prize pool, if you will, which we can probably just go and straight have a look at that one as well. 50,000 AUD, 14 for first, 10 for second. It's a really solid breakdown, Zach.
Yeah, for sure. First place, get it, walking away with 14,000 AUD. Sorry, I almost messed that up. But yeah, 14,000. Second place, walking away with 10, and third, getting 7,000. But yeah, like you mentioned, it is not just the prize pool that's up for grabs. Top 6 teams from this particular stage 1 will be qualifying directly for stage 2 as well. So, and like you mentioned, stage 2 is where that really valued pathway to ascension is for the region. It's what you really want to do as a team. So I think that is what these teams are really fighting for. But it's always nice to have a little bit of moolah in your pocket at the end of the day.
It is. It certainly is. And of course, you know, you want to build going into stage 2. You want to have that platform. So it is important to finish strong here for stage 1. Let's go and have a look at some of the highlights though from yesterday. Of course, what was essentially day number 2 of the playoffs, and we remained in the upper bracket portion. We of course saw our quarterfinal winners go and take on basically the 2 teams that set out day 1, Honey Badgers and Fun Crew. And unfortunately for both of those 2 teams, Zach, they did get a bit of a surprise. Bobo being the first one that got the win over Honey Badgers.
Oh yeah, at least that series was competitive. That's what I can say about it. Like map 1, as you can see, went into overtime. There was a really good comeback that came out of Honey Badgers, but at the end of the day, Bobo were still able to close it out very convincingly in that overtime. Really good performances across the board from all of the players, but I think somebody who really stood out to me for Bobo over the course of that entire series was Dragon, especially on that map 1. Map number 2, of course, we did see Nas really pop off in the second series. I think that was a way bit more of an upset. I was expecting it to go to map 3, but it was just 95x getting that clean 2-0. Ascent in particular was an absolute stomp, and Icebox as well. That's arguably Fun Crew's favorite map, and they haven't lost it yet in this particular tournament, but that was their first loss, and what a way to go.
Yeah, clean sweep on a set. Not a single player on the side of Fun Crew going positive, and Icebox 13-10, at least a little bit closer, but ultimately 95x pulling that one out, getting the win. I said to you in the green room that it, for me, was not necessarily that surprising that either of the 2 teams won. It's probably in just the manner in which it happened. You know, probably speaking with Dion on day number 1, you know, I would have probably said, yeah, Bobo and 95x can beat Honey Badgers and Fun Crew. But if it's going to happen, maybe it's 2-1, maybe it's close. In the end, 2-0, and a couple of pretty simple maps as well, especially that Ascent, as you mentioned, 13-5, real domination in the semi-final matchup. Of course, that now means we see Bobo 95X moving forward to the grand final. We won't be getting that upper bracket grand final just yet, or final, I should say, obviously not the grand final. We'll go to the lower bracket, of course, for today. Those will be the teams that we will be looking at. Let's go and look at some of the top players, though, through the playoffs thus far. 2 days gone, so there's at least something really to dig deep into. No surprise, Lou, Dragon, and Swirl towards the top end, but McKinley still holds on to a top 5 placing after the first 2 days, despite losing in one of the first series. Definitely a player that I had my eye on, and we'll be getting to see him again today. But Zach, give us your thoughts here on essentially our top 5 players through the first 2 days of the playoffs.
I mean, Leo in particular, I feel really bad for, because that particular player was the MVP for both the games. Unfortunately, the team did lose at the end of the day, but I think that Lou comes with a lot of potential, really powerful on that duelist role. Jacket as well, we saw them pop off for Bobo on Fracture map number 1, really like the player that made the difference in that overtime, as well as several of those crucial rounds. I personally really like the variety that we're seeing here, because, you know, Lou and Dragon, they do go in for that duelist role, but you also have the flex coming in from some of these players, Swirl, of course, also the duelist. But yeah, McKinley, like you mentioned, on that flex role can be super valuable, and he'll have his chance to really like push his way back up on that leaderboard, considering that, like you mentioned, we're going to be seeing him in action today again.
Love the little picture of Gale's forehead and nothing else, just the top of his head. Let's go to today's schedule, though, and see where we're going to be headed to. As I said, lower bracket, that's where we're going. So it is going to be Fun Crew taking on Next Gen. That will be our first game of the 2. Of course, all best of 3, and it's win or go home. That is the scenario now at play for all 4 of these teams. Honey Badgers versus Who +2 will be our second series of the day. So those are the 2 matchups we've got today, Zach. And I mean, I think it's always exciting, obviously, when you look at those upper bracket teams and seeing them sort of win. Now you're going down to these teams that have lost. None of these teams have been able to pick up themselves a series thus far. In fact, so much so that none of these teams have been able to actually pick up a map in the playoffs. So it's all been 2-0s in the upper portion. Someone's going to have to go home today. 2 teams will be obviously going home. They'll get a bit of money, and of course they're not out of split 2, but it's still not nice to go home early. Do you feel like the pressure's on, though, for those teams from the semifinals? Fun Crew, you know, you can't be losing 2 series in a row.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, first of all, you'll get eliminated, but more than that, it's also like a question of reputation. I think that at this point, all of these teams have played against each other before. In fact, I believe the Fun Crew in the group stage already has lost to Next Gen, so they have that little bit of additional trauma as well heading into this particular series. Things looking a bit more dicey for them, I would say. But all things considered, I think that this is something that could definitely be a very close competitive series, especially considering the players on both of these rosters.
We'll keep our focus on Fun Crew because we'll go to them first for the team breakdown in our first series of this evening, taking on Next Gen. It's a really stacked roster, and I think when you look at this crew, they've been around basically since the beginning. 5-2 in the group stage, plus 38 map differential, though, was actually the lowest in the top 4. So winning, but when it came down to that map differential, it wasn't quite as dominant as some of the others, especially the likes of Honey Badgers, who obviously they themselves have found themselves in the lower portion of the bracket. They definitely come into this one as the favorites for this particular matchup, but that doesn't necessarily mean Next Gen can't come away with the win. I think we've already seen so far in these playoffs, anything can happen. You've got to be playing at your best. You've got to be bringing 100%. And maybe for Fun Crew, it's just sort of that reminder from yesterday. It's like, hey, if we don't bring 100%, these teams can beat us regardless of the group stage.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it also could come down to like the map veto and what exactly we're going to be seeing. But back to these players, like we were talking about, a lot of them, they have an excellent amount of potential. Like we mentioned, there's a bit of history between these 2 teams. I believe that last time Next Gen and Fun Crew faced off, it was a very clean 2-0 once again, though both the maps were super close. I think that it came down to 13-11, 13-10, stuff like that. And yeah, I generally think it could go either way.
Let's go have a look at their opponents. Next Gen, of course, who they themselves probably didn't have the worst of showings in that quarter-final matchup against Bobo. Definitely some good signs that were probably taken out of that one. Obviously, I touched on McKinley earlier, probably on the more individual perspective. It was 13-7 loss on Pearl, but their ascent was magnificent. They were down 10-2, brought it back, unfortunately falling short in overtime 14-12. It was one of those fairy tale runs, Zach, but it fell short, and there was no dream fairy tale finish. But it's a team that has so much talent. Obviously, Feta, Biggie Cheese, the twin brothers, probably both of those two didn't maybe show as much as they would have liked back on day one. McKinley and Sinaway, definitely the two that caught my eye. And so I think that that's probably the difference between a team like Next Gen and maybe some of those teams that obviously have done well in the playoffs so far, your Bobos, your 95X Esports, is the team coordination, the team synergy. Is it quite there? Is it there enough to be able to take down some of these top teams? So you've got the individual players, you've got the players playing well, McKinley in the top 5 at the moment, but you've got to be obviously in sync as a team.
Oh yeah, I think that was the biggest difference maker that we saw yesterday across both of those series that were 2-0. Despite there were like I mentioned, for example, in the second series yesterday, Fun Crew versus 95X. I think that inarguably, Lou had the best stats in the lobby across both the maps, the highest ACS, the most first bloods. All of that was in Lou's favor. But as a team overall, I feel like 95X was just much more stronger yesterday getting into it. So I think it just comes down to, on that day, can this team synergize together and really pull together the rounds that they need? And that's what we're going to be looking at today as well.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Lou. We'll go to the head-to-head, and no surprise who it's going to be. It's Lou with McKinley. We've been able to obviously speak about them a little bit. I think when we speak about Lou, look at that ACS differential, the average damage as well, the damage per round, and then the headshot. So we've probably stitched up McKinley a little bit, but what it highlights is the fact that you've got a player like Lou, who there's that gap to McKinley, and yet McKinley's in the top 5 at the moment anyway. So he's obviously performing so well, had himself a good series against Bobo, and I think was really solid on the scent in part of that comeback on the Sova. Good out-drone usage, good utility usage, had a very good play as well. He was the MVP on Pearl with the Viper, really good usage of allowing them to get that B-site control with the walls, with the orbs. So sometimes it's not all about the raw numbers, the kills, the damage. It's also about that utility. So I think it's a good example here where, okay, Lou's bringing the numbers. He's got the kills. He's able to put the impact on the board numbers-wise, but McKinley with the utility, with the usage, plus a bit of those kills as well. I think that, you've got yourself a really solid player there as well. So probably 2 players to keep an eye out for in this series.
For sure, and I'm glad you brought that up because, McKinley, I really like how flexible he is as a player. Like you mentioned, great utility usage. Being able to frag out, like you mentioned, is one thing, and of course, that's exactly what you're going to expect from your Jet player, who is Lou. But being able to be on that flex role and just fill in for the team and use all those pivotal pieces of utility while also getting kills, I think that's just a little bit harder of a job. Like, yeah, entering as Jet is hard, but having like good utility usage and being able to just support the entire team time and time again, that's something else. And McKinley really brings that to the table.
All right, let's go to the map vetoes. They are ready to go, and we can see where we will be going for this first series of the night. So important. It's Fracture and Lotus, picked respectively by Next Gen and then Fun Crew. If needed, split. So far, we haven't needed the decider map in any of our series so far in the playoffs, and today might be the lucky day. I'll get your thoughts on this, though, Zach, because Fracture comes in along with Lotus. Nice to see, because I think a lot of the first 2 days, we saw a lot of Pearl, we saw some Icebox, Ascent was very prominent as well.
Yeah, so talking about Fracture in particular, I think that we didn't really we caught it being played by some other teams yesterday, but I don't think these 2 teams have gone head to head in a while on this particular map. I think Fracture was supposed to be the decider in one of the group stage matches, but it never got to that point. Lotus, I am super excited about because this is one of those maps where Lou switches roles. Happy to let Andy pick up on that duelist role on that Raze and switches over to the chamber instead. And both of these teams, in fact, do like running that chamber in their composition, which I really haven't seen before in a lot of teams. So the way they played it gets me really excited on a personal level, and it's always nice to watch people picking different comps on Lotus. I feel like Lotus at this point has the most diversity when it comes to meta and agent comps. So that's something that I'm always looking forward to. And map number 3, I'm not even going to talk about it because every time I've talked about how excited I've been for it, it hasn't gone that far. So I'm just gonna not jinx it.
Well, I was actually going to bring it up, probably not so much because we might go there, more the fact that we haven't have gone there, but obviously for both of these two teams, actually, in their respective matches, Split was the deciding map. So it probably bodes well that it once again is in that position. And as I said before, both have played Ascent so far in their two serious matchups. So that's off the board, which probably is not too unsurprising, actually, because I think when both teams have actually played a map, it's probably more likely that they'll both want to play it. But that one gets taken off, and yeah, a little bit of Pearl and Icebox. So for both of these two teams, no Fracture and no Lotus so far in the playoffs. As we look at the heat map for Fun Crew here on Fracture, which probably a map like Fracture is maybe not the best for a heat map, because just the way that it plays out, it's so site orientated, and you can pretty much see that here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're mostly going to be trying to catch the people who are entering into site or just coming towards the tower or towards that drop. But if you notice, if you look at that A site, there is a lot of contention towards the spawn area. So that is something to watch out for. Fun Crew, they like to take engagements closer. They like to take up more space. And a lot of teams, they like to just put the spike down, go back towards main, go for the lineup play, blah, blah, blah. But Fun Crew, they like to get a bit aggressive here. And you can really see that being exemplified on that heat map, especially on that A site. And on Fracture, I feel like you really do have to fight for that control because of how a lot of these entries to the side are like choke points, and with all the smokes and other utility available that can just like block things off, you really want to try and maintain side control for as long as possible. So I really do like that they do that. I think that a lot of teams don't do that enough, and that's definitely like something that I can commend them for.
I've had word that we're not too far away from getting into the game, so I guess that means we go to probably one of my favorite parts is just predictions at this point. Who do we think is going to win it? Zach, I'll let you go first here. Who have you got taking this series progressing?
I am gonna say Fun Crew because they look pretty, and I think that if they can fix their mistakes from yesterday, which was mainly just a lack of synergy, I'm gonna go bet on them.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit left field here. I might actually say next gen 2-1. I think this might be our first 2-1. It's the only way I see it happening as well. I think it goes the distance. I think we go to split. I just think next gen's just got that sort of young, up and coming energy and vibe to them as a team. Fun Crew, if they're not at their best, even just 10, 15% off, I think at this point in the tournament, you can catch them. And there were some really good signs. I think out of all of the top end of the bracket matchups, I thought next gen really did take it pretty closely to Bobo, who went on and obviously did a bit of a number onto Honey Badgers. As we have the agent picks on our screens, Doubtmeter is live, and we are very close to being able to get into the game. As we are on Fracture first, expecting these chambers to come out. So far, no. Some interesting picks here, Zach, though. Take us through what you're seeing at the moment.
I am seeing a double duelist coming out from next gen. I'm switching my vote just for running this Asian Cup. I'm gonna say they're gonna win. But yeah, predictions apart, I really like it. I feel like Euro is one of those duelists that doesn't really get enough love. Understandably, he's really complex to play, and it can be hard to coordinate with them as a team. McKinley, of course, switching over to a duelist role now, heading for that Neon, something that's a little bit more meta when it comes to Fracture. And on the opposite side, it is gonna be the Race pick on that duelist. So when it comes to duelists, I think that Race is definitely more conventional, has a lot more utility that can be used to damage, but the Neon, I wouldn't knock her either, considering how aggressive and how well McKinley can aim. But overall, yeah, it's going to be the same controller, same Sentinel, the Breach as well as expected. It's just this duelist stiff that really shines through here. And it's just a double duelist and different duelists. The fact that we have 4 different duelists for both of these teams, it's just sending me right now.
All right, let's get underway. It's our first map of this lower bracket series. Loser goes home. Winner progresses forward. And it's an early start, and it potentially is looking like an A site hit. Spike in hand indeed. Still got the Jet and the Cypher on the other side of the map, though, but it is going to be a bit of a slow start. What we saw, especially back on day one, those pistol rounds were hot and heavy, but Fracture, sometimes it's fine to just get a little bit of that first contact and then fall back over towards spawn side and see if you want to flip it back over to B, and that's exactly what Fun Crew are going to do.
Yeah, but you still have 2 players trying to hold down this arcade position, one of them being the Cypher. So we saw how pivotal those tripwires were yesterday in managing to hold down these sites. It is going to be these 2 players tucked away into tower that the attackers will have to contend with. The flash being used is going to give away that this is going to be where the hit is coming, and you do see a bit of space taken up quite quickly by Andy and Lou there. However, the tripwire, you're able to catch a player but not quite able to connect the kill, so that's definitely going to be something to watch out for. 1 for the price of 2 as the right click comes out from Fweshest.
Yeah, they knew that obviously they had 2 pinned down in tower. Fweshest was able to get the 2. They did lose 1 for it. And while the spike does get planted, it's a 3 versus 3. Certainly winnable on the retake. Kinley just trying to peek out, see if he can get any information. It is a three-way split at the moment for Fun Crew, so kind of hard to be able to get these trades to happen. Norson sitting in tower. Very pivotal location to be able to swing out late round. Does get forced out by the utility. Is Milky, finds the kill. Kinley as well. And that's just quick bang, bang, bang from Next Gen, clearing out all angles and corners. They'll get the defuse. And they'll get this opening round.
Yeah, I really like the patience that they had. Usually, you know, you see teams just running for a retake, not quite being able to coordinate amidst themselves, but you know, they waited for the concussion to come out from their breach, and then off the back of that push forward, you did see the corners being methodically checked as well by the Euro players. So definitely something that worked out in their favor. And like you mentioned, next gen, they're going to be able to get that first round on board. You know, one thing I really like about the two duelists that next gen are running is that both of them come with like really good rotational ability, which is like super important on a map like Fracture, which can be a chore to navigate. You know, you have the teleports from the Yoru, you have Neon just being able to go zoom, and all those things I think will really make a difference. But considering that Fun Crew did get the plant, they're going to be opting to buy in for this. I see 5 stingers, and that scares me. Nothing scares me as much as a stinger, not even the operator.
Or full shields as well, just the one light shield. Stingers versus Spectres. But it's a rather empty-looking B site here, and that's going to help out Fun Crew over the Cloudburst. Zenoy is there and needs to get one. Does find it. Can fall back off that as well. Can just allow them to get the point. Then you can go for the 5v4 retake. They check tower. We're just expecting the rope. There's a plot. Well, he's got his own teammate there. So full control of arcade, tower, and site. It will be though the numbers favoring next gen, and Vanna just peeks blindly, finds the kill. 5-3. Good position. Scroll, well, unfortunately, as his cage dissipates, he's just left standing out in the open, and from here, it should be a rather easy retake.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh. Was able to find one, but that's about it. This last player's position is known as well. How much more can Norson really do here with the stinger stuck in tower? A spike dropped on site. They trying to at least find a little bit of value. Goes for the swing, but again, the position is going to be spotted out by the Cypher camera. The stun hits as well, tagging them down to 15 HP, and now it's just going to be the firing squad running right at them as round number 2 does get converted for next gen. Almost flawless to boot. They only lose 1 player in the process, and they're looking at a pretty easy 3-0 scoreline here because the economy for the side of Fun Crew not in the greatest place after that force spike completely failed. They didn't even get the plant for their troubles.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be force buying stingers in like that, and also the time in which you're getting control of site, I think you probably have to expect a little bit more there from Fun Crew. I think disappointing, probably the best way to summarize that round. And now it's Sheriffs, a couple of light shields, but it just means the economy for next gen just extrapolates from here. You keep your stingers, your Spectres, I should say. Stingers are gone. And then after this, you just got money, obviously, for the next couple of rounds to just fall by. So not expecting much from Fun Crew in this particular round. Last time out, they went to A, a little bit of light contact made before the shuffle back over to B. It's been patient so far on this Fracture map.
Oh, that is going to be quite a bit of damage done though to Milky, the 145 materializing. However, the player not quite going down, and it's going to be really important considering that it is the breach with all the utility that the breach encompasses here. Still trying to hold on to this drop side. They know that they managed to damage 1 player, but again, it just seems to be a deep fake coming through them trying to like really convince them that it's going to be an execute towards B instead, like they've been doing for the last couple of rounds. However, they still have their sights on A, and Scroll is going to get all of this info. Goes down, sure, but still sees 3 players running at him in the process, so at least they know for a fact that the A side is comparatively much weaker. McKinley is going to hear all of this noise coming through. We'll hear the plant coming as well, but not much that they can really do to stop it aside from just wait for that retake. Now that the teammates do have an advantageous position, it is going to be the Euro to invest it for some extra information, and after getting the plant, it does seem like Fun Crew are actually willing to sink whatever ultimates they do have into the round here.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, the dimensional drift just basically giving all of that information. The push into Hall is basically watched and seen as it's happening. Again, a round though where Fun Crew just didn't have the economy to really fight this one. In fairness, they got some damage in onto Feta and Milky, but they don't take any guns away from them, especially that Vandal of Feta, which even if you find that kill, someone else just picks it up anyway. So money galore, perfect start, dream start for next gen here on Fracture. I don't think you could basically ask for a better start to this, considering the force by Fun Crew in the second round. Well, now they'll have the full buy. Now they'll get their best opportunity since that Stinger round. Down 3-0. You lose this round though to the Spectres, and suddenly it's alarm bells ringing. You've got to win this one if you fund crew.
Yeah, especially like you mentioned, going in with that weapons advantage, sinking everything in their economy to try and make this full buy work out here. It's a lot on the line. They don't even have ultimates really to work with either. Norsen is only 2 away from that orbital strike, but apart from that, not much. Skrull though is going to be playing the perfect rally angle. Every round it's going to be these 2 or 3 players pushing up, but this time it's going to be Skrull using the tripwire to be able to stay alive and get the 3rd kill of the round as well. At this point, they're just hunting for his head, but Skrull still able to do some work here, finally being shut down by the opponent's Cypher. It's going to be a 1v4 right now. Upgrade picked up by Sinaway, but apart from that, I don't know how much more they can do with the spike going down as well. At least the side of NXG have some money to work with. They don't have to worry about that. This particular player can just focus on doing some damage, maybe getting those exit frags on the way. But yeah, aside from that, I don't know. But you know, just talking about that particular round, that was so beautifully played by Skrull there.
Yeah, certainly was. I think sometimes it seems almost easier than it really is. That you probably feel like, oh, they've just rushed into him, they've fed him in a way, but you're getting rushed, especially by a Neon, for example, which is moving really fast. You can kind of get overwhelmed, you know, and you're getting rushed with Spectres too. So in the end, a 4K from Skrull. I was going to say maybe there was an opportunity for Sinaway to get a couple of exit frags, take a few guns away from Fun Crew, but in the end, that is essentially what Fun Crew needed more than anything. Just a clean round, don't really lose any guns. Obviously now force Next Gen into buying in this 5th round. 3-1 scoreline. Early pressure over towards the A site through Hall, and it is completely open for the taking. This might have to be a retake for Next Gen. They are throwing a bit of presence though. Everyone already over-rotating onto site. They are playing into the fact that they are going to commit in. Loop has done that. That's a beautiful flash, and he follows up onto it. 1-for-1 trade. Skrull just popping the ultimate mid-fight as everything is happening. Not sure about the timing with that one. Lou just sitting on site, has now found 2 in the round. Doesn't matter though. Next Gen win the scrap. And it probably was the first round that we've had so far in this map that really was a back and forth scrap.
Yeah, it got closer than it should have, despite 3 players staying alive for Next Gen there. It definitely got close for a while, especially considering the fact that Skrull did use that neural theft to try and track down these players. However, everybody died before the ult really popped off and revealed the positions in the smoke. That could have been the game changer right there, but unfortunately it doesn't quite go the way as Fun Crew expected. They still are going to be having the economy to buy it, and also having that orbital strike online. That's a really, really important ult for this particular round. Their opponents though, they're only going to be having the neural theft as well as their own orbital strike, which can help prevent a push or the spike from going down if necessary. This time around, it is going to be Skrull caught off guard right off the bat. It is going to be Big Cheese finding that kill, and with that Cypher down, it's going to be even more troublesome for the side of Next Gen to Fun Crew to really watch out for these ultimates.
Oh, McKinley just gets a little bit caught on site out in the open, transitioning away from tower due to that orbital strike. Doesn't matter though, they got the numbers, they got the trades. So despite the commit from Fun Crew, they've lost this one rather comfortably on site. And as soon as Norsen just tries to walk through that smoke, does not matter. Milky's watching it, 5-1. I know it's very early days, Zach. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I did go with the Next Gen prediction, and they're playing like it right now. Feta, 10 already. Double digits inside of 6 rounds on the Yoru, putting in a fabulous performance. And it means that this is going to scream economy issues again for Fun Crew.
Yeah, nothing much except for 1 Bulldog and of course the showstopper on Lou to work with. We've seen this kind of scrappy buy workout for them before, but it's still gonna be a very tough task. But you know, I'm really glad you brought up how well Next Gen is playing, because one thing that I really do like about them is the fact that they're able to just constantly find the most excellent timings to push out of smokes to go for that optimal retake. They're able to just converge, while the side of Fun Crew, they're not expecting the push out. They're just trying to get the spike down or take some more space or whatever. And Next Gen are able to just find the most perfect timing. So if they can keep this up, it might be what they need. Tripwire being broken across the map is going to give away that once again it's going to be a push coming out of these players from the side of Next Gen. They're going to clear out all the space all the way up to drop, so that's something that's going to be in their favor. Dimensional drip online as well for Feta once again. So at this point, the strategy from the side of Next Gen seems to be push across the map, clear out one side completely, and the rest of us we can play retake, especially if we do have some significant advantages. And yeah, that's the kind of rotation I was talking about. Look at how fast Feta's already on site.
Yeah, playing into the strengths of the agents that they've selected. I agree. This is so far really well played from Next Gen. Utility-wise, Feta, they get tower control. Beautifully off the back of their breach from Milky, who finds the kill onto Norson. Feta does die out in tower, but they got Milky there anyway. And from this position here, it is going to be so difficult for Fun Crew. Down just to the last two players in Lou and Fueshas. Fueshas, what can you do here? Yes, the spike is down, but you got to try and deny that defuse. And Sinaway finds the kill onto Lou. Fueshas in somewhat of a position. He can find the kill on McKinley. No, not going to happen with the overdrive, and that's going to be 6-1. It is all next gen.
Yeah, they get their lead even further. To be fair, it was an equal round coming in for the side of Fun Crew. Only one Bulldog to work with, and they make it pretty close, all things considered. Two players were tagged up to being just one bullet away from their demise, and only one player was actually healthy by the end of it, of the three left standing. So definitely a pretty good round there for Fun Crew. But yeah, talking about the economy, not much damage being done to next gen. They're still going to be able to buy up quite comfortably. Their lead right now is 6-1. This is a round that's really important for Fun Crew. They have that showstopper to work with, only one away from that Rolling Thunder as well. They have the ultimates, they have the weapons, so they have to really try and convert this round. Something that did work out was being able to just wait for that push coming out and getting an early advantage. But so far this round, knowing that perhaps that the buy is materializing, it just seemed like next gen are playing just a bit more patiently, at least by next gen standards.
Just feels like it's been the theme really of this map so far. A couple of rounds where hectic, fast movement, and quick decision making, and then it just all slows down. Scroll trying to see what he can find, maybe with a bit of shoulder peeking, but not going to happen. And that's a win for next gen, at least on that B site. They'll be able to retake over towards A. Fun Crew will get the spike down once again. This is the strength of next gen though. With those quick rotates back over for the retake, it has been successful time and time again. But I mean, realistically, if you are Fun Crew, what can you even do to stop this? You want to get on site, you want to get that plant down. Maybe you just got to think about the way you position on site. Scroll finds the kill onto McKinley. Hold control now being established for next gen, but it's not going to be that easy with Scroll sitting in there. They've got to clear him out, and there is a beautifully timed push. While he's flashed, he can't do much about it, and he finds two. Needed that, sits under sight. There's going to be the showstopper, and it's successful from Lou. Much better from Fun Crew. A lot more clinical on site, stopping that retake.
I think that Lou and Andy were the major factors yesterday behind, you know, Fun Crew being able to like perform well. So I think that they were the two best players for the team, and on that duelist role, you really need them to step it up, which they seem to be doing after that particular round. But something that I'd like to highlight here that I've noticed over the course of these last few rounds out of NXG is how they are just farming up these ultimates. They do not care. Every round they're getting at least one or two ult orbs for their players. We've already seen two-dimensional drifts. We've seen that orbital strike. I think that they also do have the Rolling Thunder, or they had the Rolling Thunder last round, which we saw from Milky. So they're just really able to take advantage of a map like Fracture and the fact that it has four ult orbs. However, though, this particular round, it's going to be some, again, earlier aggression this time around towards this A main area. But Andy will be the one to find that first blood, and there's no shade either.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for McKinley, timing-wise, was holding the angle, goes for the concussion, and ultimately loses his life. Probably would have rather to just stay tucked in onto Hall, but was forced out, and Andy finds a second. Avoids the flash, two gone in Hall, opens up this A site, and that's exactly what's going to happen from the push from Dish. So this most likely is not even going to be attemptable for Sinaway and Big Cheese. I think you just save here. You just tuck in on B, maybe sit over towards tower. It'll be 6-3, and Fun Crew just starting to find a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, it seems like Andy and Lou have both woken up, and at this point they're playing the waiting game. Like I mentioned, they expect this push coming out. They just have to figure out where it's going to be materializing, and this time around they got the timing as well as the positioning well in advance here. Both the duelists being shut down, that's going to be quite a bit of utility. That's not going to be available for the retake with both that Neon as well as that Euro being shut down. They're really, really valuable kills, and of course after that the round was just pretty much easy. You did also see a little bit of a misplay, I think, coming in from Milky there. Goes for the peak after the flash, but not quite able to connect the shots. A bit unfortunate. But yeah, all things considered, a really good round out of Fun Crew, and this is the kind of clean, coordinated play that they're really going to need to try and make the scores look a little bit more even here. 6-3 is already like, it's not a bad start, but on attack you would expect them to like really be able to pump up the numbers more, considering that they do have those two duelists, and maybe this is just a start for them.
So after the initial 3 rounds, which, I mean, you take into account obviously one being the pistol round, and then they forced up in the second, so you lose that. You're definitely going to lose the third. Since then, 3-3. rather even scoreline has started to translate. It does mean that economy that was once a very well built up economy for next gen is starting to really get eaten into, hence the Bulldog light shields on McKinley. Have to keep that in mind if Fun Crew win this one and the next one. It's rough living for next gen in terms of the money to probably close out this half. I need to capitalize on the lead that they've established, and they've set up heavily over on that A site. Only one anchoring on B. No information gained just yet, no contact.
Milky does break that camera, but again, it's the Cypher utility. You never know if Skrull is going to be playing with the team or just going for that lurk play like we've seen from them for a couple of rounds. So not much that's really garnered in the way of information. This Cypher camera though is going to spot out at least one. The duelist being spotted out. This A stack might be the correct gamble here, considering how the execute seems to be shaping up. But looking at the ultimates that are available for the side of Fun Crew, including that Rolling Thunder, this might be very dangerous if these players are continuing to play on site. However, still, it is going to be Feta being able to pop up, get those 2 kills, and immediately get out of dodge. Is down just to that last player remaining now. Fetchest, having invested that Rolling Thunder, is going to be on site, but now is facing 3 players shooting at them everywhere. Caught by the Aftershock as well, but it's going to be Big Cheese closing out that kill. Next gen getting to 7 here, and you know, I'm glad you mentioned the economy in that particular round, Jay, because it would have been dire straits, but they not only win the round, but they keep 4 of their players alive while doing it, so definitely a huge W there.
Yeah, massive. I love the fact that they just committed to the A hold. Sometimes you go A first, you think, okay, they're hitting the A site quite a lot, let's stack up on it, and then not much happens. Smart from Fun Crew. They pull it back a little bit, not that early push into hold, not that early contact over towards Dish. They just sit and wait and see maybe if next gen will make a mistake. Next gen just hold, they keep it steady, they got the anchor on B, they play off of any contact there, but in the end, having players on site, especially Feta, 2 big kills, wins them the round. Maybe a bit of confidence comes from that. So McKinley looking for early contact, pushing out. Will find it and just couldn't get the kill. Precious pulls out, gets the kill onto McKinley. Elsewhere on the map though, Feta found 1. So technically 1 for 1. Dish has been to open up, but guess what? Milky's sitting there anyway.
Yeah, I don't think Milky has played in this particular position before. Does hear the orb being taken, so they're not sure exactly how many players are there. Finally, it is going to be Fun Crew farming up some ults of their own. So far, it's just been Next Gen kind of running away with it, but with that orbital strike online, perhaps Fun Crew expects Next Gen to think that it's going to be a B hit, considering how often that orbital strike is used to take tower control, and they're going to be trying to re-hit this A site instead, where there is going to still be a player on site anchoring. The orbital strike is also pretty valuable when you're trying to clear out that interior area. Milky going to be the only one here. A lot of utility being committed right now as they try to make their way onto site. The orbital strike invested as well to push Milky out of the spot, and Andy will be able to get timing and slice and dice up that particular player.
Feta drifting in onto site, gets the vision of Andy, can call that one out, plays below, Precious in the corner, planting it out. The knives from Andy though into the head of Feta. 2 versus 3, still win a ball boom. Bot though takes the bullets away from Lou, soaks it up, finds the kill onto Sinaway, and Fun Crew win a crucial round. 7-4 scoreline edging towards the end of this first half. It has really started to go the way of Fun Crew as we have progressed in this first half. 1 round away from a 7-5 scoreline, which I think at this point will be par for the course, considering the start that we saw, the first 3 rounds, everything since then. Remembering it was a 6-1 start to Next Gen. Since then, 3 of the last 4 now to Fun Crew. So big turnaround. Both teams will be able to buy in this round. Only light shields though for McKinley and Sinaway. And the orbital strike, the only ultimate available at the moment for Next Gen. Skrull does have the neural theft available.
Yeah, ultimate-wise, not the greatest for both of these sides, but nevertheless, it does seem like Fun Crew, Next Gen are going to be fighting for control of the site alongside Fun Crew. It's going to be Sinaway fighting in the Cypher smoke. It is going to be McKinley trying to go for that early information. Sinaway there for the trade, so it's just going to be a 1-for-1 neural theft. Going to be invested off the back of that as Sinaway does get it online, and now they're going to know that there's a possible rotation coming in here, at least, or it's possibly being faked. The spike's still positioned towards that arcade area. Neural theft, having used both of its pings now, they no longer have that information. Scroll, in the meantime, is going hunting on their own, looking for possibly a pick or some space on this B side, or at least to create a distraction. Talking about distractions, though, it is going to be Freshest finding one towards Milky. The reach being offline is going to mean all that stalling utility is also taken offline for this half for the side of NXG. The remaining 3 players still going to be stacked up around this area. And Fun Crew, they have an entirely empty A side, but they still want to go in for this B hit instead.
Oh, it's a big kill for Scroll. He has that neural theft and he gets to use it now as well because of that elimination. If he dies there, it's very winnable for next gen. Now it makes it so difficult. Good use of the flash from Feta. PGs holds out well, at least over towards tower. But Lou, in a quick response, finds Feta on attacker side spawn. Of course, they had the information from the kill, from the neural theft. They knew everything that was happening towards the end of that round. 7-5 is the half for Fun Crew. 5 attacking round wins. We'll see if that's going to be enough as we switch to the second half of this one. Next gen now on the attack. 15-7 for Feta. Did well in that first half. More of an even spread though for Fun Crew. 8-8, 7-7.
Yeah, for sure. You know, talking about one thing, it's very commendable that it is going to be a 7-5 half at the end. Like, still Fun Crew is a little bit behind, but all it's going to take is one pistol and that anti-eco to try and equalize things. More than that, though, considering that they were 6-1 down at some point, it's just very nice of them to be able to, like, come back into this and come back swinging hard. But right now, my eyes are on next gen. Like, they do have that very comparatively unconventional double duelist combination here on that Yoru and that Neon. So a lot of stuns, a lot of very aggressive utility, and I would love to see how exactly they're going to be used in conjunction with each other, because it is for Fracture. I think that these are very good agents, but nevertheless, you do need some level of coordination. It's not like Jet where you can just dash in and smoke yourself and stay alive on your own for a while. Compared to that, I think that both the Neon and the Yoru require like a higher element of team play, and it's going to be exciting to see if NextGen can really manage that as they try to venture towards this A site.
Cheese just momentarily forced back by the paint shells. Good hold control established for Fun Crew. Does force next gen all the way over to this B site. Scroll sitting in tower, and there's going to be the trap white. Does get tricked. He plays off it very well with the frenzy, and looking to just try and put the pressure on him and force him back over towards the right side. He does well, but just sit, doesn't panic, and he is patient with that gun control as well. Sits in the smoke. He finds a second in tower. All 3 from Scroll. 3 massive kills to absolutely just shut down this attack from next gen in the pistol round. Milky finds one. Doesn't give up on it, but now is put to rest by Norson. I'll get the defuse. Plant was successful of the spike, but Scroll was the star of the show in tower.
Yeah, just being able to hold it down. Of course, also kudos to Norton there for being able to put down that smoke towards like the middle of it, like after Scroll got that first kill, because that smoke just let him play around it, hide in it, and get a lot more value, a lot more bang for his buck, so to speak, with that frenzy. Even though he was stunned, the smoke bought him a lot of time to stay alive and just not get pinned down on both of these sides. So definitely a really good teammate assist there coming out of Norson. But yeah, Fun Crew, they win the pistol. You don't see a real force coming out of NextGen. You do see McKinley kind of going in for a stinger with no armor, but they're still going to be able to buy up with the next shot, so not a full force buy coming out of this team here. They're happy to just play for that rifle round in the next. This is a round that the side of Fun Crew should be able to lock up pretty convincingly, unless of course there are some really nutty shots that come through already. Andy starting things off with a nice headshot on that Marshall. I think that's towards drops, so definitely A side looking a little bit more heavily guarded. Just 2 players on this B side, but again, when one of them is that Cypher, it doesn't really matter. It's just going to make things very difficult.
Push through Arcade is going to be commencing here from next gen. Scroll has played a really good game so far. Patience is a virtue. Obviously getting information that his trapwires are being destroyed. Sinaway is going to go for the plant now. It's a 7-6 scoreline. What a turnaround from Fun Crew. Pistols and a stinger with McKinley up close, waiting for the push from generator side. Just pushes into the smoke, sensing potentially an opportunity. We'll go for it off the flash. Really well calculated team play from McKinley and co. Loses the life there to Lou with the Spectre. Sinaway just holding on top of that spike. Flashed. Tried to turn away from it, but caught by it mostly, and yet, unfortunately, as the reinforcements have arrived, they overwhelm, they outnumber those of next gen. Biggie Cheese does what he can, at least from tower, throws out the orbital strike and actually gets the kill onto Precious. Andy, I don't think we'll have the time. It did get to halfway, should not have any time though. What a clutch from Biggie Cheese.
1v4, and just that was so well played by Biggie Cheese there. You know, getting those 2 kills, immediately getting the orbital strike, and then committing it. Yeah, you know, you did see the half stick come out from Freshest there, which they had to do, but that brought things back down to a 1v1. And at that juncture, like you mentioned, enough time had been bought that all that Biggie Cheese had to do was really just run around and create a little bit more of a distraction and keep the last remaining player from the side of Fun Crew from defusing that spike. But yeah, that was a round that NXG really had no business winning, but they still make it work off the back of that. Their economy looking very revitalized. Fun Crews, not so much, but yeah, it's going to be a very awkward buy coming out of Fun Crew. No ultimates available for either of these teams. That orbital strike B having been committed last round to close it out. It's going to be a very quick execute onto this A side this time around through that Sands. Not quite opting for drop control, so they're going to be watching it. The smoke not covering everything, but it doesn't matter because Sinaway still going to be able to connect that kill and get onto site.
And once again, it's Scroll that's the first line of contact for Fun Crew. This time, he's not able to find a few kills to help them out. Spike goes down, and the numbers on the side of Next Gen. A lot of hole control, and that's where 2 players are making their way in on the rotate as well for Fun Crew and Freshest and Lou. At least got Norson making his way in dish side, and Andy coming in over through the doorway. He loses his life immediately. Unfortunately for Fun Crew, just not able to coordinate that attack all in sync. Norson does find one with the Sheriff. Good headshot onto Milky, but outnumbered, outgunned 9-6. How quickly things can turn off the back of that clutch from Biggie Cheese. Saves that round gone prior, helps them out economy-wise in that round, and suddenly gets them a little bit more breathing room on the scoreboard. Back out by +3 rounds after Fun Crew had brought it to within 1.
Yeah, I got too close for comfort there, but definitely Next Gen extending their lead. However, this is Fun Crew's chance to stop them in their tracks. It is their own pull by materializing. They have that neural theft off the miner, also only 2 or 3 away from every other ultimate in the game. Finally, you also see that Andy has opted to pick up that operator. This might be something to watch out for. They're going to be using that neon wall to take up a little bit more space here as they try to push onto this ace site. In the meantime, it's going to be Sinaway watching the lurk, just trying to be a menace in general and baiting a little bit of utility out of the side of the map. In the meantime, the arcade control has been taken. The site looking just a bit more vulnerable here, though the spike hasn't made its way over. So Andy is still going to be able to anchor this crucial position. And that's definitely something to watch out for. We're going to watch out though. It's going to be Lou fighting that first blood, nevertheless. On Sinaway, Andy striking back with 1 of his own. And just like that, things seem to be falling apart for Next Gen right now in a 3v5.
Yeah, really good timing there for Andy. Just not caught by any of the flashes. Timed it well and then dashes back. So you get one and you get it for free. Milky. Well, in fairness, he kind of just got one for free there as well. And also just caught napping. Left his shoulder peeking on out. McKinley then starts to feel like there's a tide turning in this round. Presses only 5 health. He loses his life. And into 1-on-2. Definitely doable. Milky low on health. It won't take too much. A couple of body shots. But he's actually looking more so now over towards Feta. If he finds the kill onto Feta, there is going to be that trade. Good cloud burst, checks out the corner, doesn't find anyone, taps it. Doesn't get anyone to respond. Time though now of the essence. Needs someone to pick. No one has it. Has to go for half. Has to stick at least to half. And Milky's timed that perfectly. Right as it's about to get to half, Milky pops out. 10-6. And Next Gen, 3 in a row. Probably against the run of play after we saw 5 of 6 rounds go to Fun Crew and essentially closing out the first half, starting off with the pistol round in the second. It probably felt like they had wrestled momentum and control of this match until that clutch in the 14th round by Biggie Cheese. And since then, it's all Next Gen.
Yeah, things, that was a round that quite honestly Next Gen had no business winning, considering it was a 3v5 and stuff, but yeah. I'm sorry, that push by Milky and McKinley for CT to be able to get those 2 kills, knowing that Andy was going to be on that operator and hobbled down, made things a bit more difficult. Talking about hobbled down though, it's going to be the economy for Fun Crew that is once again not in the greatest of spots. However, they do have that Blade Storm on Andy, and this might be something that they can really work with. Multiple ultimates, in fact, very close to being online. Lou in particular, I have my eyes on that showstopper, only 1 away from being available, and that's something that can really change the pace of the round. This time around, Next Gen, they're taking things a little bit more quicker. You did see them waffle around towards that A main area, but having not found anybody pushing so far. They're happy to just take the space for free. Once again, opting for that orb control, trying to get their own ultimates online as fast as possible. They're only one away from both that dimensional drift as well as that overdrive. So we might see either of those coming into play in this particular one.
45 seconds remaining in the round. This one's surely just going to have to be a fast rush onto B. No chance now to go back to A, and it's already stacked up by Fun Crew. So it feels like maybe for the first time in a little while, they might get some fortunes. Never mind, I've gone too early. They are actually going for the rotate back over to A. I think they've been called over by McKinley, who could basically just push straight onto site right now and get into a more forward position. Dimensional drift gets activated by Feta. We'll clear out sight. We'll see that it is completely open. They'll get the spike down just in time. Nice headshot from Lou though onto Milky. Puts next gen 1 down early on. As the spike does go down, it is about to be a bit of a rumble, a bit of a fight. Hall still in control of next gen though. 2 players over towards this side. Feta, big kill onto Scroll. They needed that after losing Milky. Feta avoiding that rolling thunder, and he should be able to get a good angle. Does get the kill onto Precious. Probably could have got it onto Lou as well. Drops down with the Sheriff, gets the kill. Blade Storm activated by Andy to try and salvage the round. Now in a 1 versus 2 with knives out. Andy gets 1 of the 2. Has to stick this one to half, gets the shoulder peek, gets at least the information and the confirmation as to where he is. Knives go out, and they go out in time. It is a successful defuse from Andy. The Blade Storm comes in handy, 10-7.
What would you all do without me?
Yeah, both of those duelist ultimates really making a difference in that particular round and helping that Thrifty work out for the side of Fun Crew there. But, you know, talking about that round, I think that it was just a really well-coordinated retake. Like I felt like the team looked way better than they usually did. And of course, they didn't have those crucial ultimates to work with. In particular, I think the Rolling Thunder, despite not being able to really connect with any of those players from Next Gen, it was able to buy a lot of space and really let Andy get onto site and just work some magic. I think that Andy had 3 kills by the end of the round, all of them with the Blade Storm. And that last particular segment in particular, where, you know, while the neural theft was still connecting, goes for the spike tap. It looks like he's going to be sticking it, forcing the Cypher to peek and send away. Well, couldn't do much against that clean up shot with that Blade Storm. So just that last part of the round was beautifully played by Andy.
And it does mean tactical timeout for Fun Crew, even though they did win the round, Thrifty round, 10-7. You know, they haven't got, as Dion would like to say, a whole lot of rope, not a whole lot of breathing room. You know, you lose this next round and it's 11-7 and it's a long, long way back. Not much, you know, room to make any mistakes. So they've got to be clinical from here, at least for the next 3 or so rounds. Still so vital, still so important. Similar loadout values as well. So both teams in a position where essentially full buys, except for, you know, Stinger full shields on McKinley, which I think is fine on the Neon. Yeah. Light shields only for Feta and Sinaway, though, a little bit, you know, precarious. It does sort of highlight the economical impact of the last round there onto next gen. So they themselves haven't got a whole lot of money. Paint shell out early from Lou, and it has meant that Feta will push in towards that, getting close towards B, and can get some decent information here of the site itself.
Fake teleport.
A fake teleport. You know, possibly trying to create a little bit more pandemonium there, forcing Lou to peek and clear out that corner, and Feta's going to be able to capitalize and get that pick, willing to get a bit more aggressive as well off the back of that. Spike will be going down, a little bit of damage done, but not too much, all things considered. And now they have both that Rolling Thunder as well as that Orbital Strike to work with here. Really, really good post spawn if they can get it to Boogie 2, see the breach of the Brimstone, fall back off that site. Neural Theft finally coming out, and all McKinley really has to do here is get some kills, buy some time, being able to get a 1-for-1 trade right now. Andy taking him down finally. These last 3 players, they're just trying to go for the post, but the Molly has come out, the Rolling Thunder has come out as well. Scroll still able to get that kill, but the Orbital Strike is still going to be online. Spike is being stuck, and Andy already managing to get it more than half the way here. A 1v2 right now. Scroll has to get half of the remaining spike here. Gets that first kill, but the trade is perfect from Milky. And next gen, they find 11 in that chaotic round. But at least the one silver lining for Fun Crew is that they managed to bait out every single ultimate out of their opponents. That's the only plus. They might have lost the round, but this one, they have a better chance at salvaging it.
Yeah, and they obviously got the spike down as well next gen, so more money in that win for them. But the fact that they've lost all their players means they're still kind of in the same position as they were last round. So it's kind of like you won the round, but the position you actually find yourself in economy-wise is exactly the same as you were in the last round. So you still got your rifles, but light shields, not full buy. So kind of similar. So you do lose the 5 players, so decent at least. If you're going to lose the round for Fun Crew, it's probably the way you want to lose it. But they are forcing into this round. Bulldogs, Spectres, Stingers, Orbital Strike available along with the showstopper of loot. It's going to potentially be an early push onto this B side. Biggie Cheese finds the impact kill onto Norson. They haven't cleared out Scroll and Tower. He watches that rope position, catches McKinley going for an aggressive power move to try and take Tower. It's going to be a double move now by Milky and Biggie Cheese. Milky, the only one needed. Didn't even need Biggie Cheese. And they got the spike, they got tower control, but here comes Lou and Flashes to try and salvage this round. Down into a 3-4 scenario. 200s, there's an opportunity. Next Gen could go around the world and go over towards A from this if they so choose to.
That does seem like what they're going to be doing, or at least they're going to be trying to walk back around towards Spain, perhaps trying to catch this flank off guard here. But the repositioning from Andy and Lou is just going to be perfection once again. They're going to be walking back towards that A site, just in case the rotation does materialize. With 30 seconds left on the clock, and actually they have to make the move here. They have to come in somewhere, and that somewhere does seem to be that B site. Milky is going to be super tagged up here, and again, not much utility available here. No smokes, nothing that they can really try to make their way onto site with. However, it does seem like Fun Crew have taken a gamble onto the A side being the area of attack, and it's not going to be the case. And actually, they go in for that long fake play, and they manage to make it work. Sinaway also getting a really advanced positioning here towards the spawn. Got to get some early information as well as possibly being able to get the pick. They have to check him. Will they check him or not is going to be the question, and this might make or break the round right here.
Oh yeah, this is the biggest one of the incoming duels. Sinaway winning that over Andy. And how do you clear out Sinaway now if you're Lou and Precious? You needed Andy to win that, put some further pressure. Biggie Cheese, he's only got one angle to hold, and he will get the double. 12-7. It is map point now all of a sudden for Next Gen. So they started strong, Zach. They had that 6-1 lead. It was surprising in some fashion as to how they kind of got there. A couple of force buys from Fun Crew that didn't play out. And towards the end of that first half, Fun Crew brought it back and said, okay, here we go. They're finally switched on. But Next Gen, I can't help but still just go back to that 14th round, that clutch from Biggie Cheese. That to me is when the tide really turned back in their favor. And they have not looked like dropping much since then. It's 12-7. They are set up for a Halls push. McKinley's so deep already. Gets through the cam. Did get obviously tagged though by the dart. At least information for Fun Crew. That Hall has been occupied by Next Gen.
Time to jump.
They've got everything they want. They can go back through mid if they so want to as well. But it's no. A-side, they commit. Scroll just sitting there up on top. He loses his life to the Stinger. That plant will go down. And unfortunately for Andy, not a whole lot you can do. You kind of just have to play for time. It's the collapse from Sinaway. On the attacker side, Spawn is where Lou might lead his match. No, he wins. Showstopper goes out, needs to clear out this whole position with said Showstopper. It's got McKinley in his face, and McKinley will put him in the grave. Next Gen with the opening map. Fun Crew are one map away from being eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah, it was Next Gen's map pick, but they win in a very convincing fashion. That last ult from Lou didn't even connect. I think McKinley was completely untagged. But yeah, really, really good game. Fun Crew did try to make it close, but I think at the end of the day, 13-7 is still a pretty dominant showing coming out of Next Gen on their particular map pick. They played it super well as well, because I think every single player on that particular team showed up. And I think their utility usage overall was just a bit better than what we saw coming out of Fun Crew. Like multiple rounds, you saw that dimensional drift being farmed up, used to get that early information on site. And of course, I think the hero of the entire game, not just when it comes to kills, but just in terms of being super annoying, is going to be Biggie Cheese with the way that he was playing across the entire map. So definitely kudos to them.
Definitely some clutch moments for Biggie Cheese. We'll have a quick look at some of the stats of this one. MVP, no surprise for Biggie Cheese. Sometimes the stats don't tell all of the story either. And despite going 23-10, 300 ACS, it was that clutch in the 14th round, I think, bigger than all of it. You know, you don't go and get that essentially 1v4, denying the defuse. So you're denying the round when you're getting a clutch, you're helping out your economy, you're really putting a dent then into Fun Crew, and it all just really turned from there. Andy with a decent showing, definitely tried it as much as possible. And you can kind of see really the swings and roundabouts really all of this match. It was a game of momentum. The first half, you know, 6-1 lead for Next Gen, then Fun Crew brought it back and ended up winning 5 of 6 rounds, right? So you go 6-1, then 5 of 6, and then basically the same thing unfolded in the second half. It's 6 of 8 rounds going the way of Next Gen. So obviously there was kind of only really that middle portion of this game that we saw any kind of success from Fun Crew. But even during that, as you could see with the economy, because of that early success from Next Gen, they actually had money to sort of combat that anyway. So at no point were Fun Crew really ever in control.
Yeah, except like you mentioned, except for that last end of that first half, they seemed to struggle quite a bit, especially after that side switch. I just felt like they weren't really able to hunker down, and you know, you saw those explorative ventures coming out of both of these teams. You know, on defense, they go for a push, they try to get some kills, but overall, I feel like when it came down to just putting their practice into actual game, Next Gen were just able to do so much better, and that was another factor that really played a huge role in this particular game.
Perfect start, dream start. They take their map pick for Next Gen. Obviously 1-0, taking Fracture. It's Lotus after the break.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
If you come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, so it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Well, it's a dream start for next gen. They do take their map pick of Fracture in this lower bracket battle over Fun Crew, up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. That does mean for Fun Crew, of course, it is do or die at this point, Zach. They are on the verge of being knocked out of the playoffs. At this point, you have to probably wonder what's going to be able to help them get through this series. Well, I know one thing that might be able to help them. It is Biocode Lab. Maybe they can get themselves a little bit of help over there, just as you guys can at home as well. Make sure you check out in the chat as well, and you can use LPL Season 1 as your code to get 20% off. So I believe it's ! Biocode Lab. You probably get all of the information in chat, but yeah, make sure you go check them out. And for Fun Crew, they might have to check them out as well to salvage their playoff run, because that's basically the situation they find themselves in, Zach. They don't win this next map of Lotus, they are out of the playoffs. They would be a bit of a disaster story if that does eventuate.
Yeah, just a bit. And to throw in a little bit of history, these two teams have faced off on Lotus before. I think it was the same lineup as well coming out of both of these teams, and it was really, really close last time around. But next gen, they were able to win 13-11, and back then as well, it was Fun Crew's pick. So Fun Crew have a history of losing to the same team on the same map, even though it was their pick. Hopefully, they've gone back to the drawing board, worked around on their strats a little bit, and I'm really excited to see what they have tuned in for us. But talking about the highlights of this previous game, I think overall it was just a very consistent, clean performance coming out of the side of Next Gen here. A lot of these rounds, they were able to just maintain control of the entire map, but also just manage the change of pace of the game. They had some really, really good mid-round adaptations that let them really go with the flow and engage in these rounds, whether it was pushing through smokes, whether it was set retakes. And of course, this particular round after the pistol was where everything, I think, completely shut down for Fun Crew. It was like the kind of last nail in their coffin, where Biggie Cheese got that 1v4 clutch in a round that they had no business winning. Yeah, that 301 ACS is nice, but that clutch, I wish we could have seen it again, because that was really what made the map so pristine for Next Gen.
I'm sure at some point we'll see that again, most likely in the highlights package tomorrow for tomorrow's broadcast. It will be replayed over and over. Big moment from Biggie Cheese. I will say, I think without that clutch, they can still definitely go and win that game. It's not like that was the only turning point. It was big more so in the fact that prior to that particular round, that's when Fun Crew had won 5 of the last 6, right? So they themselves had a little bit of momentum really building, and Biggie Cheese kind of just stopped that in its tracks before it was able to really hit full head of steam. Lotus, of course, is our second map. It is the map pick of Fun Crew, but like you said, Zach, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a foregone conclusion. And with Next Gen already 1-0 up in the series, that might just give them the confidence to make this one a 2-0 and continue the trend that we've seen in the playoffs. So far, we've not had a single 2-1 in any of our series matchups, whether in the upper bracket, obviously, or the lower bracket. So this might be another 2-0 unless Fun Crew can send us the split.
Yeah, I really, really do hope we get to see split, but I've kind of stopped hoping for it because I keep getting disappointed. It was yesterday. Maybe today I'll be lucky. But talking about Lotus in particular, how do you feel about this particular map, Jake? Because I really like casting it, but I do not like playing it.
Really? I love playing Lotus. I think it's a very innovative map, and obviously you've got the doors, but also I just think there's also a little bit of how do I say? Well, you got obviously the doors, and everyone talks about the innovation with the doors and things like that. I think when you actually look at the map as a whole, it is a really good general map. Everything else, the way that it plays, good mid lane. Obviously, you've got good sight options as well. I don't think the doors are actually that big of a deal, or even the secret entryway positions either. So I like Lotus. I like playing it. I myself have never actually got to cast it, so this will be my first time casting Lotus.
Oh yeah, let's go.
So that's awesome. First time for everything. But as we do get our agent picks coming out, a little bit of difference here, but we've got Double Omen, the Viper, and along with the Sky from McKinley. So again, it's probably more so what we're seeing coming out from Next Gen in their picks here that are really just changing things up. Sky as well from Scroll locks it in last second.
going to be having that Sky there as the initiator for both of these teams. But what I do have my eyes on is that double controller lineup coming out of next gen. You know, I think that could be really valuable considering that on defense, you know, Viper is basically this map I think is very similar to Split in one way, that if you pick a Viper, she can function as in that dual controller sentinel slot very perfectly, and she's like a very good pick for this particular map. Omen, of course, understandable. There's a little bit of verticality. Of course, being able to TP into a lot of these angles can prove to be really pesky to try and clear, and you can just get a lot of action off the back of that. But the Viper, I'm really interested to see how this plays out, because that's a slot that they could have arguably given to some other pick, but they've gone for the Viper instead. And I'm really interested to see how exactly this is going to play out in the long run, because I believe the last time around that these teams faced off, it was the same agent comp coming out of this particular team, and they managed to come off the better. In fact, I think that Sinaway on that Viper was one of the most valuable players, and was really able to like just completely shut down things for one side of the map. So yeah.
So we go second map. Do or die. Must win for Fun Crew. You lose this, you're out of the playoffs, and straight away it's going to be straight down B for next gen. They are on the attack early. It is going to be Fun Crew defending. Not really much anything coming from that. No contact off the wall. Doors are going to be opened up, and it's Milky pushing straight through. Does he check his angle though? Tucked in. Norson hasn't had any contact just yet, but it doesn't look like they're interested in checking it at all. Lou putting the pressure on. Might just see next gen walk straight past Norson. He peeks out first though. Doesn't find the kill. Goes for the flash. He can't quite hit all of the shots that he was looking to find. Eventually bodies Feta. Teleports back to a bit of safety. Really nicely done from Norson.
Yeah, first blood going in favor of Fun Crew there, as they managed to get that very crucial kill. No more Feta online, no more Headhunter or trips available for this particular team. And in the meantime, again, like in that first 30 seconds, this map is very attacker-sided, but after that defense, they can just take up so much space. Already Andy having pushed up into this corner, holding that crossfire with Precious. It's just going to be a meat grinder at this point, as Precious gets 3 of their own. Just 1 player remaining. McKinley in a 1v5 situation will only find that first before being shut down, and Fun Crew, they start off early with that pistol.
Yeah, and that's probably the start that they needed to have. It's only 1 round, pistol round, but a little bit of confidence that can come from that. When we kind of go cast our minds back to Fracture at the start, it was a pistol round lost into a 4 spy second round loss, obviously then into a 3rd round bonus for next gen. So that was not the start they would have wanted. You can't really build off that kind of start. And what's intriguing, as I'm mentioning that, we're seeing the full 4 spy from next gen. Stingers, Light Shield, Spectre as well in hand for Sinaway. It might be just a big rush here. So do we see essentially a sense of deja vu, but maybe flipped in terms of who's who? It's going to be next gen going straight onto this B site. Scroll there to provide a little bit of early defense. It's Feta though that finds the kill onto Norson just through sheer pressure. The Stinger up close is deadly, and Precious meets the end of that. A 3rd from Feta onto Andy. That might just be the round. The 4 spy pays off. 5-2, they head over to A, they'll get the spike down, and it's the round that goes for next gen. Oh, 4 on for the ace for Feta. Goes hunting now for Lou. And Milky, well, in a professional tournament, you are not going to allow Lou to get the kill on you.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad for Feta there for not getting the ace, but yeah, just a great round coming out of that particular player. Just like you mentioned, being able to pin down that position and consistently get that kill, get back outside, reload, come back in. I don't think they were expecting that repeat, not once, not twice, but 3 times coming out. Fun Crew were just completely unprepared for how brutal the Stinger can be, especially in that kind of close range combat, and they are punished very heavily for it. Anti-Eco not going in their favor, and now economy shifts completely over to next gen. In fact, I think that they even got a free bundle for their troubles. I think one of the players dropped it, so something that must sting even more amidst everything else. Right now though, it is once again going to be a little bit of waters being tested here by the side of Fun Crew, going in for the split, but it's going to be Lou getting a clean shot and immediately TPing away, staying alive and maintaining that player advantage even if the weapons aren't in their favor.
Really goes to highlight the confidence you can have when you're playing the chamber. You can just really line up that shot knowing you can just teleport away. Spike getting that, unfortunately, after it. It's been 2 kills going away. Next gen, that's a wonderful flash onto Precious. He's just full white, completely blinded at that point. B-site vulnerable, and the spike will go down. So obviously for Fun Crew, nothing committed into the round. No worries essentially in losing it, but So far, despite losing the pistol round, Next Gen have responded perfectly. Some really clean rounds here. Yeah, they lost Biggie Cheese at the start. That's just mainly the chamber effect of being able to get a clean shot and teleport away. But outside of that, you keep all your guns. You've still got basically the whole arsenal, really. You got a Spectre, Stinger, Vandal, and I think there was a Bulldog in there as well. So 4 completely different weaponry. Obviously, Biggie Cheese just gets to buy into this round with his own Vandal now. And it's a full buy for Fun Crew, and they bring out the operator on Lou. No surprise with that on the chamber.
Gonna be positioned towards this B site though, which is pretty interesting considering that it's like one of the shorter line of sights, but perhaps if they can get a little bit more outside, it might be what they need to really like maintain line of control. Talking about control though, Andy goes a little bit too far, too wide, still able to get a kill posthumously with that paint shell, but player advantage gonna be going in favor of Fun Crew nevertheless off the back of that kill. The trade was immaculate coming out of Freshest there. Also gonna give them that Rolling Thunder, a major ultimate. Freshest getting a second as well on the round already. Being able to take away Sit Away is huge. That's going to be shutting down one of the major controller players. Smoke and Smoke's being used more for one-ways and impacts than anything else. These last 2 players from the side of Next Gen look a little bit lost. You do see them looking to possibly re-hit that ace site, expecting perhaps the pushback having already come through from Fun Crew, and they're going to be right. But again, there's just so much area that they have to clear, territory that they have to like really figure out before they go forward, and it's going to be very, very rough unless they can isolate these fights and turn them into 2v1s.
And I've liked what I've seen from Fun Crew here defensively, not really giving up any of these positions. Freshest will hear this. Ping wants to go and have a look. Now, does give away his position.
Found one.
Straight onto site though for McKinley, and unfortunately for Scroll, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Now, I don't mind this either. Biggie Cheese grabs the spike and is heading straight over to C with McKinley making so much noise. Pushing it over towards Spawn. Binds a 3rd kill in the round. Now they've got the player advantage. Spike down on C. Lou is in no man land in the middle of B and doesn't know where to look, where to go, what to do.
Yeah, at this point, the best tactic might be trying to save the operator because, you know, it's going to be very difficult for you to really get that purchase together again for the next couple of rounds if you lose it here. But again, Lou doesn't know exactly where these pushes are going to be coming from. Knows that the spike is planted towards C. But aside from that, the positioning of these players, you know, McKinley could be anywhere at this point. It could be he could be in spawn. He could have regrouped with the player. Could be flanking back around. And at this point, Lou is just desperately trying to stay alive and hold on to this operator. But yeah, that was a very successful 2v4 that we just saw coming out of Next Gen there off the back of McKinley going into full beast mode. Finally, Big Cheese does something apart from plant the spike there, which was honestly very commendable in that last round. Just that play of McKinley faking that A side by themselves and Big Cheese just walking over to the C side for free. But yeah, that operator is going to be taken offline. Lou no longer having it in their arsenal. That is going to be huge right now. And they don't have the tour de force either to work with. In fact, Feta is going to be able to get that operator for themselves. And that's just overkill at this point.
Yeah, that's an awful round for Fun Crew. That's probably about as bad as it can get from a winnable position to losing the round. McKinley with a massive solo play on A site. Basically 3 individual 1v1s won. Basically got the first one because of those Seekers. It was essentially a freebie. It was loot. Nothing you could really do in that. And from there was able to just hit some really clean shots. Loved the play from Biggie Cheese to take the spike over to C. And then to lose the operator at the end. I mean, that's just adding insult into injury. Hence the tactical pause here by Fun Crew. Down 3-1 early days, but it's the second map. You're already down 1-0 in the series. You lose a round like that, your economy is not going to look good. That was a full buy. That was a full operator buy.
Yeah, they had no business losing that round, especially after it was a 2v4. But just like I mentioned, if you are able to get those isolated fights and just go for those 1v1 peaks and just be able to pop off like McKinley did, that's exactly what you need. That might be the play of the game. It might be even nicer than that clutch coming out of Biggie Cheese. Actually, no, that was way better, but I digress. Heading into this particular round, no economy for the side of Fun Crew to really work with. Once again, it's going to be the early attempts by Lou to get that first pick. This time around, the Sheriff shot not quite connecting, and they're going to be pushed back off the site. Paranoia as well, making things work worse. A lot of utility just being invested right now to make sure that these players from the side of Fun Crew stay out of their business. Feta getting that first blood though, with that operator being able to hold down that cross, and that's just going to be the side available right now. Plan finally going down, and it's going to be a 4v5 retake with no weapons for the side of Fun Crew to work with.
Oh wow, this is a big commit here for Flash. Just rolling thunder. Andy in a good position. There's a couple of blinds that have been successful. Got one, got a second, but McKinley able to fire back quickly. 2 on site now for Fun Crew, but not a chance. So at least a little bit of damage into the economy of next gen. Still got to be obviously careful of Norson, who did pick up a weapon, but that won't help him. McKinley is on fire here on Lotus to start with. 2 massive rounds in a row. 8-1. Feta's 9-2. They've got 17 kills between them after 5 rounds. Staggering.
Yeah, just really putting up the numbers there. Like, to compare that, Fresh is having a pretty good time on this particular map, but the rest of the side of Fun Crew just need to step it up just a bit. They do have some ultimates that are very close to coming up and, you know, being available in this round, including that Tour de Force. They also have that operator online again, so Lou, even if they do lose this round and lose that gun, they are going to be having more to work with. Starts things off though, it's going to be early map control being taken here by the Rays being able to push up, also having a showstopper to deter things. In the meantime, on the opposite side of the map, it is going to be first blood find by Lou, being able to win out that chamber operator battle. Huge kill there. Once again, the Seekers invested by McKinley to get some more space, and once again, McKinley just waltzing into spawn without being punished at all, and still being able to take up so much space and create so much trouble here.
Got one with the flash. Almost flashed himself though. Norson able to get 2. That one not quite landing onto Biggie Cheese. Still watching for the push from Waterfall. Norson's watching the angle though. Snakebite goes out. Denies that position from being moved into. And it's a nice double combined by Scroll and Andy. Spike is planted and is down, but does get diffused. And Fun Crew win a much needed round after buying into that one. They needed to win it. Otherwise, the economy was going to be in tatters. 3 people get out. They keep the operator. Much better.
Yeah, I think that round that was just Norson being able to get 2, like not only shutting down McKinley there, but finding that second kill. I think that was the huge difference maker in that particular round. I think there was Milky who went down there. That was definitely a huge kill this round. Once again, where you are going to be possibly seeing an operator versus operator battle, because Feta does seem to be opting to play with that Tour de Force, that ultimate that they do have online now. This was nerfed quite brutally in that last patch. It no longer rescope as fast, and it doesn't kill people if you shoot them in the foot anymore. But aside from that, still pretty one of the more deadly ultimates, I would say. Early on, a little bit of info ventured towards that mid area for once, but McKinley instantly going to be shut down, so they don't know how many players are going to be towards that particular angle. The flash though is going to force Lou off that particular line of sight, so at least they're going to be able to take up a little bit more space towards this ace site, but still very slow start of the round coming in from NXG compared to what we've seen from them before.
Yeah, it makes sense. Off the back of losing that last round, you probably don't want to necessarily rush. Tour de Force obviously up and available for Feta, hence why he's able to just sort of save a little bit here. He's going to just walk straight in, finds it on to Andy, and doesn't overcommit, expects the trade to come from Fuertes, and Fuertes just kept going. They maybe only thought he would just peek the angle, didn't necessarily think he'd push out. That's a bit of a let off there, and Fun Crew, Fuertes make next gen pay. Feta, Milky, how's no one watching that? I think they were just too preoccupied with taking the spike through the door, maybe back over towards Biggie Cheese. And now manually McKinley has to come pick it up and take it, and I think they're going to go over to A. They have to go all the way over. Big kill from Sinaway, who has A site control. I don't know what Biggie Cheese is doing there, pushing through B.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
That was such a crucial kill. If Sinaway had been able to get it, they would have had the Viper spit offline, but now it's all down to just McKinley here. A 1v3 situation, able to do quite a bit of damage to Scroll, but not quite able to get that kill, as it's going to be yet another round that Fun Crew bring back. Again, keeping control of that operator as well, huge coming out of them. 3 to 4 right now in Fun Crew. They look once again back in control. We did see them last map as well. They had a little bit of a late start, but you know they tend to get going once that momentum starts off. And I think for this map in particular, you know, before we went into the series, we highlighted how Andy and Lou are probably those players that put up the numbers. But this map in particular, I think Freshness is the one that's really showing up. Might only have 8 kills, but I say only, but it's still going to be the third most kills of anyone on the server. But yeah, in 7 rounds, 8 kills, but more than that, just some really, really good timing and trades coming out of that particular player. Only 1 off the Rolling Thunder. In fact, the ultimate economy is huge right now for FunCrew in this particular round, so it's one that they can definitely convert even more easily if they play their cards right. On the other hand, the economy not quite in the best spot right now for NXG after losing those 2 rounds, so just a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, crucial round for them. As you said, Zach, I mean, their economy now will be questionable if they don't win this round. I mean, Bulldog already in hand for Biggie Cheese, at least has full shield. And Shell's going to get thrown out over towards Mount, and it will force them away. Tiny bit of damage, but it all gets healed back up by McKinley for Feta. This is the shields, though. And yeah, the ult economy is very, very clean for FunCrew. And this is the kind of round you want to commit. Not all of it, obviously, all at once. You want to stagger it, but you really need to take these weapons away from next gen. So it's a big round where you really can think about what ultimates do you commit.
Well, we're going to be starting things off with that Rolling Thunder here as they try to make them take some headway onto this B side. Talking about collateral, though, it's going to be Feta fighting 2 off the back of that Vandal spray. Huge coming out of them. However, though, Norsen able to just push through here, find a little bit of space, a little bit of timing. Not quite able to get the kills, unfortunately. Feta still alive, already having gotten a 4K in this particular map. This time around, not overextending. Knows that these 2v3s and 2v4s could go entirely in the wrong direction. Yeah, Lou is able to find one of their own. Just pick up the rifle as well to try and make this retake even more accessible. But once again, it's going to be a lot of time that's been taken out, a little bit of information garnered by that Omen ultimate. But on the whole, it's going to come down to this particular fight. If Feta can win it out, that's going to be a huge kill. And now it's all down to just Norsen here. Knows the position is known, going to be stunned up as well. And again, I just respect for Feta for not just going for this ace like most of us would tend to do. It's just going to be Norsen trying to save this particular weapon, perhaps get an exit or 2. But a beautiful round coming out of NXG there.
Oh, definitely wanted to go for an exit back to wait the last second, though. Feta does collect the A's. Gets all 5 members of FunCrew. Doesn't even put a smile on his face. It's just another day at the office. And kind of talked about the fact that that was such an important round, obviously, for next gen. You lose that round, you lose those guns, the economy is in shambles. And it just offsets that quite a bit. Now there's a little bit of money in the bank. You've got full buys. You got basically the loadout value that you're looking for. And there were ultimates committed. Seekers went out from the Shadows, went out from Norset and Scroll. So spoke about that from FunCrew. Maybe they should have committed a little bit more. They had the Showstopper. They had the Rolling Thunder eventually. It was the Rolling Thunder of Milky that really set the tone in that last round. 3-5 scoreboard. And it's been a little bit more back and forth than what we saw in Fracture.
Yeah, for sure. But again, just this constant fight that we see across the map for controls of these different lanes. It's really nice to watch here. Lou this time around going to be caught in the open, not able to TP away, and Sinaway will be able to catch them off guard. Sinaway also has had this Viper's Pit online for a while. If they can get the spike, then that's going to be huge. And in the opposite side of the map, it's going to be Biggie Cheese on the lurk here, able to find the kill, and in fact baits out the push from Andy. The TP, I don't think anybody expected the TP to be that forward there. But yeah, Viper's Pit invested. At least that's one more ultimate that the side of FunCrew don't have to worry about. Once again, a 2v3 situation. Things looking really dire right now for FunCrew, especially with this Viper's Pit being invested. The flash is going to hit both of these players, and if the walk around is good, it might be the kill, but it's not going to happen to the way more than aware, and will be able to connect both the controllers, showing up huge on this particular round as NXG. They get to 6, and the momentum is once again gone for FunCrew completely, Jake.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I guess if I'm trying to play maybe some level of devil's advocate, they didn't really commit a whole lot into that round in terms of economy ult-wise. They kept the Rolling Thunder, they kept the Showstopper, and obviously forced out the Viper's Pit. And that's the big baddie of them all when it comes to ultimate. So, okay, they win the round, but they used their Viper's Pit. We didn't use these. So, yeah, obviously, economy is not looking good. And they've got some interesting weaponry for this 10th round. And unfortunately, you don't really win games by just having a good ult economy, and that's probably the only aspect that we've seen from FunCrew probably better next gen in this map so far. The early position over towards Mount from Loot. Avoids the flash for the most part. Does get concussed though, and now he's just got pressure from everywhere. Makes the right decision. Teleports out, just get away. But it does give control of this position now, obviously, for next gen.
Yeah, both teams are fighting tooth and nail for every bit of this C approach, and personally, I'm just here for it because it's just a lot of utility and a lot of fights, early fights that decide the tone of the entire round. Like it makes or breaks it in all honesty, and it also decides how much value these lurks can be getting from the rest of the team as well. Talking about lurks though, it is going to be Milky finding that first blood onto Norsen there. Really, really huge kill. Fresh just trying to get some value off the back of that flash, but not quite able to find anything. Talking about finding things though, it is going to be Andy being able to get one of their own. However, towards this B side, there's going to be immense value found by the NXG players. 2 kills of their own, and they're going to be just booking it over towards that B side, knowing that these players are C players, and they're going to have to make the long rotate back. They do have that showstopper as well as this rifle available right now on Andy, but a lot of this heavy lifting is going to be falling into the hands of this particular player, especially with Lou being shut down there. And 1v4 might just choose to save this weapon, knowing that the economy isn't in a great spot. Sure, it was an eco round, but hey, if you save a gun, you save a gun. It's something.
Yeah. I think you got to probably at this point just think about that, but there's not that many rounds to go in the half. I think in this case, if you're Andy, you would rather take away a gun, and that's exactly what he's going to be able to do. Gets rid of Biggie Cheese's gun. In fairness, though, as I said, there's not many rounds to go in this half, so I think it's not going to do a whole lot either way. Whether you keep it, whether you take one away, you're just kind of playing into the round as it is. It's a foregone conclusion. And suddenly a little bit of a lead now being established for next gen after quite a bit of back and forth. You know, it was a 3-4 scoreline. Bam, 3 rounds now put in on the board in a row from next gen. Just as they were getting pressured, we think back to basically 3-4 rounds ago, Zach. It was that crucial round where if next gen lose it, they themselves have to eco. What do? They win a bit of a clutch round, and now they just get to keep buying on that economy, back up into a really good position, and it's Fun Crew once again on the ropes. This round, and Orsen, he survives not for much longer. Biggie Cheese commits to it. Luke gets the kill onto his counterpart in Feta. Scroll just sets and waits in the middle of B. Sinaway has done, again, a tremendous job on this Viper on A site, has been in total control, and this just allows next gen to fight for Mound, fight for C. If Sinaway wins A, you can rotate back to A. If not, you commit to C. It gives them options on the attack.
Yeah, exactly. Just that Viper being such a constant menace on this A side. Also, just the fact like it's able to cut off so much line of sight, like that wall that Sinaway has invested towards this A side right now completely cuts off the operator point of view for a lot of this area. If it's put up, they can just get all the way up towards this tree area, towards these revolving doors, and that might be what they need to do with that operator. The only player on this A side has a lot of territory to try and hold by themselves. Milky as well in the meantime on a little bit of a lurk here, or at least a wraparound of the entire map. The Seekers online for McKinley as well, immediately gonna be popped, and that's gonna give away the position of Lou here. Precious finally able to make that trade, get that Rolling Thunder online. So this round isn't entirely over right now. At 3 versus 3, Lou gonna be falling back here a little bit, trying to stay alive. That Rolling Thunder will let them try to go for the retake. So the position from McKinley is just phenomenal, taking down Lou there. And now these last players are gonna be stuck in the open right now. Just things falling apart for Fun Crew. It's all down to just Andy, and Andy's like, do I go? Do I not go? Do I want to save? Do I want to try? And with the clock ticking, again, it might be just a question of how much damage can this player really find.
Yeah, it's both, right? Like, this is a little bit different to the last round where it's probably just about taking away a gun. This one's about both. You want to take away and you want to keep. So important. McKinley shuts that down, though. Yeah, opportunity goes begging. You're checking a position like drop without your gun out, and that's always going to backfire. McKinley punishing 14 and 5, fed up 15 and 7, but despite those really large numbers from those two, it has been a team performance from NXG. You know, you think about Sinaway, yeah, only 7-7, but guess what? It's the A site control. Biggie Cheese, it's the spike control. Milky, it's the utility usage. So they might not be the ones that are actually getting the frags, but they're helping win just as much. 8-3, it has been a wonderful team performance from Next Gen. Fun Crew have got to find something here, though, because otherwise they could be out of the playoffs in just a couple of rounds. Final round of the half. 8-4 looks a hell of a lot better than 9-3, so they need to win this one.
Yeah, unless you're a superstitious person. Talking about
great gun control.
Trigger discipline. Oh, that was beautiful. Yeah, Sugar Discipline really working out in Lou's favor, finally being shut down, but on the opposite side of the map, Andy's able to find some value as well. The C side is going to be where the investment of the spike is eventually going, as these last two players will be able to get it down at the very least. But right now in this 2v4, they have to go aggressive. They have to try and get a little bit of control, a few picks in. It's going to be Milky starting things off on that with that kill onto Norsen. Aware of the flank possibility, Milky is going to be going back around, going for the swing, able to get the headshot, and now things are back down to a 2v2. However, Skrull will be able to get that kill and get those Seekers online. Biggie Cheese now having to clutch it out, tries to go for the kill, but the Seekers eat up some of the damage, and it's just going to be finally, like you mentioned, that 8-4 half that's materializing for Fun Crew. It's not the best, but they'll take it. It's definitely better than 9-3 for sure.
Yeah, needed that one. Almost maybe a little bit of a sigh of relief there for Fun Crew to be able to win that one. It was scrappy. It wasn't clinical. There was nothing clean about it. But, you know, to end the half, at the very least, okay, you take that. Now you get to play the attack. Now you get to dictate the game a little bit more. That's basically what we've seen from Next Gen. And you think about, okay, how were they really winning those rounds? A-site control through a solo lurking Viper, mound control established, door over towards B as well. So, you know, just basically taking as much control as possible. And, you know, a map that has a lot of short contact positions. You know, you think about B, it's, you know, short contact, A, C, medium. There's nothing long range. So it's all of these close range encounters. And Next Gen are playing into that. Getting control of these positions will give you the best chance of winning from those positions. So we'll see what Fun Crew, and you know, actually speaking about it even more so, Next Gen, their worst rounds were probably when they were looking for a little bit of a B push and they were losing those short range contact fights. So then they ended up going a bit more C and A, and that's where they found their success. So keeping that in mind here for Fun Crew on their attack.
Yeah, this B-side does seem to be really heavily stocked. However, that's the most beautifully timed paranoia I've seen over the course of the series so far. Off the back of that, it is going to be one kill going in the favor of the side of NXG. Fun Crew do strike back, though, fighting two of their own across opposite sides of the map here. That's going to open up the C. That's going to open up the C side for business, as it's going to be just the Trailblazer invested to make sure that things are clear, the coast is clear, and it's going to trigger the rotation as well coming through. This particular fight might make or break the round, and Lou is able to find that kill, shutting down the possibility of a retake materializing here. Position from Sinaway is good, but the shot's not quite connecting. Headshot coming through for Big Cheese, but overall the entire team, they just lose out on a lot of crucial gunfights, and Fun Crew, they're back in it right now.
Yeah, and that's what kind of winning the last round of the half can do is, you know, you win the pistol round, then you've got then potentially the second round after that, depending on if Next Gen, you know, force buy, which I don't think that they will. I just don't think they have the numbers probably to go for a proper force buy, stingers and such. Probably looks like, yeah, just some sheriffs here. So you would imagine Fun Crew win this. Now you bring it back to 8-6, when at that last round of the half it could have been 9-3. So suddenly you're in the game again on the scoreboard, and that does wonders confidence wise when you're a player and you look at that and think, oh, actually we're in reach, and not only are we in reach, we can actually get really good control in the second half. We can really dictate the tempo of this second half and really swing it back in our favor. So they've got the ability to do that. Next Gen would need to basically find a fortunate eco round win here with a couple of sheriffs.
They do have their gamble stuck in the right place, though. 4 players going to be grouped up towards this A side, only the Omen towards C. So if Fun Crew decides to walk into this, it might end up being a bloodbath. It could honestly go either way. Depends on how well these sheriff shots hit. The flash from McKinley is going to reveal that there is still going to be enemy presence around here, and Milky probably doesn't want to peek off the back of that. They know Milky's position, and they're just waiting for a mistake coming out of these Next Gen players here, who are very, very disciplined so far. So definitely kudos to them on that. But with 30 seconds left on the round, the commitment has to come in pretty soon. It is going to be towards this A side towards the end of it, but Feta is going to be starting things off with a beautiful headshot there. Another one coming in from Sinaway as well. 2 kills already materializing in their favor. Lou finally striking back, able to take down the chamber there. Spike still hasn't gone down though, and they're going to be rotating towards this B side right now. Still going to be the Omen in the corner. Big Cheese with a shorty, unfortunately not quite able to really deter the plans here. But if these players players decide to push forward, they might be punished for it very, very dearly. The timing, though,
got him.
Still working out. Oh, that was scary.
Yeah, and I was going to say, shorty or not, he's getting intel just by sitting in that corner. And McKinley got the kill onto Lou. So Dawson in a 1v2. There is a Vandal to get rid of and has done so. That's the one player you definitely want to kill. McKinley still with the Sheriff, tags it. Hasn't been able to find a rifle here, but Norson is low, very, very low. So body shot will do the job. Can get this one to halfway, expect the push up, and has done so. Has got back on at the timing. McKinley, though, basically doing a little bit of both by getting on the spike, but still having that Sheriff out. It's a thrifty. That is massive for next gen. That is awful for Fun Crew.
A day working the farm would do these fellas good.
Second time, the same thing happened on Fracture as well. Last time it was through an orbital strike from Biggie Cheese. This time it's just McKinley, and I think Biggie Cheese once again stepping up huge, being able to take that Vandal out of the hands of Andy there. Really, really unfortunate timing. If Andy had been half a second earlier, that would have been a free kill, but instead it's just going to be the shorty working out. But yeah, Economy not in a great spot. Fun Crew does have that hero rifle on Blue, but aside from that, not much else to work with in this particular round. Sheriffs across the board. No ultimates either. But Lou still able to hit some really nutty shots, starting things off with a very nice take onto Feta there, who was not prepared for a Vandal, white swinging him just like that.
Trailblazer going out. McKinley dodging that one, I think, really nicely. Finds a kill onto Andy. Milky up close, got one, so it's 1-for-1. Scroll, though, obviously the lesser weaponry. Can find an upgrade from that. So Vandals now for Lou and Scroll in the 2v3. Winnable, certainly. And this time as well, don't have to rush anything. They can play off of each other. One over at top row. And McKinley pushing in and just spots the back of Scroll. Didn't shoot, didn't give away position. Ping is out, Spike is down, round is done. You would think from here, barring an absolute calamity. Biggie Cheese spots Lou, 10-5, and I think Next Gen spot the finish line.
3 rounds away from it, being able to not just move on in this lower bracket, but also knock Fun Crew out of this playoff stage. They can almost taste that victory coming in, and everything seems to be in their favor. The economy working out, Feta having that operator online, just one off those seekers, so three away from some other ultimates, 3 or 4 away. So yeah, ultimate economy being charged up for both of these teams, but I think my eyes right now, it is going to be on Fun Crew. This was arguably one of their last chances to really like get back into things and keep the game from sliding out of their control completely. They've stopped looking at that A side. They want nothing to do with McKinley and Lou possibly. This time around, though, it's going to be a push from B coming out. 3 players from the side of NXG are going on a fishing trip. What will they find? Will they find a shark or will they find bait here? You do already see a player tucked into the corner. They get the orb, but also get a pick for their troubles. And now that that player advantage has been established, they're just going to be happy to fall back and let the rest of the round play out.
But it's such good play from Next Gen, right? Because like even on the defense, they're just the ones that are basically dictating how this game plays out. You push over towards pillars. You also got then the Omen pushing over towards Mount. So there's so much information already gained and controlled from that. Like look at Sinaway pushing up now, basically the front of pillars. Now it's a really, really good check from Precious. Okay, shot back from Feta, but he loses his life. So trade for trade. Spike down. Biggie Cheese should spot Norson running back for it, and that Spike stuck out in the open. That's an awful position for it to be. Scroll at the back, can't win that fight. Heady up close, can't win either. Biggie Cheese is putting the nails in the coffin of Fun Crew live in front of us. 2 rounds to go until Fun Crew are about to be eliminated from the playoffs without winning a single map.
Oh, and we're not going to be seeing split either if that happens. But yeah, timeout finally being called, I think, by Fun Crew. Economy not in the greatest spot. They're going to be trying to scrape together a buy of whatever they can find. They do have some ultimates to work with, which include that Tour de Force as well as those Seekers. Might be what they need to try and make this round materialize. But, you know, I really like that point you brought up in the start of that last round. Next Gen are completely controlling the pace of this game here, Jake, whether it's the initial pushes coming out of them, whether it's map control or just being able to constantly set their players up for getting those first bloods time and time again onto Fun Crew. It's just such a disadvantage, and it seems like Fun Crew, they have not figured out an answer. They have not figured out a way to like really deal with all this oppression that's coming out against them from the side of Next Gen.
It's a mentally draining position to be in. Second timeout called by Fun Crew, and evidently down 1-0 in the series already, and you're down 5-11. So you don't have a lot of room. There is no rope at all. If Komodo was here, I'd say there is no rope. It's gone. It's done. It is such a long way back. You got to start getting the shovels to dig yourself out of this hole.
Right there.
5-11, down one map. If Fun Crew can send us to split and somehow win that map, it would be one of the better comebacks that you would see in a playoff series. Otherwise, Next Gen, as we've been saying, Zach, are in control. They do sit back a little bit this time. Fed up. It's the close angle. Has to just shoot the Trailblazer, fall back to the next angle. Oh, it's the splash now as well. Did a decent job in avoiding it. Paint shells. That is a lot of utility to clear out the chamber with the operator, but it is successful. Really nicely done there from Bun Crew. Well played. They've got Pillars control. Not a whole lot else just yet, though.
It's certainly more than they've gotten in the last couple of rounds, and of course that page was really well calculated by Andy because it broke the rendezvous. No more teleport available for Feta, so they're gonna be forced to like try and hold on to that angle, which didn't work out in their favor either. But yeah, finally first blood going in favor of Fun Crew there. Still not having established too much map control, like you mentioned. They have taken pillars, but the side of NXG are still gonna be holding on strong on both that C and that A side. A side in particular, they're looking to get a bit more aggressive. Norsen might find some fantastic timing here after all that noise that's being made towards that B side. However, Milky is aware of the possibility themselves. Will be putting that concussion down, tries to push out off the back of it, but Norsen's still able to find that kill after being tucked away in that corner. Gets a second as well, and suddenly things look very, very difficult for the side of NXG in this particular round. 2 remaining players. However, A is going to be where the push is coming. The paranoia being invested in teleport as well, and oh my god, Biggie Cheese might have the play of the game here if things work out. Unfortunately, the utility usage is just going to be extremely strong coming out of Fun Crew, and it's going to be the aftershock to end things out. But I thought for a second that Biggie Cheese might have been able to do some magic there, just for a second.
Yeah, it says thrifty, but I mean, yeah, a little bit more of a force buy. They had decent weaponry in that round for Fun Crew, so you know, it's not as if they only had the pistols or the sheriffs or anything like that. Ultimately, though, big round. It all started with that control in the middle portion of the map over towards Pillar, putting pressure, so much pressure onto Feta, basically forced to just eat, you know, Trailblazer into flash, into paint shells, just to clear out that position. And, you know, interestingly enough, next round after, smokes go out and they look to try and get a lot more pillar control this time. Next Gen straight away on the get-go. It's Feta that finds one. That is his tour de force available now as well. So that's a massive kill. For the fact that you get rid of Scroll, you get a kill yourself, now you got your ultimate, it all just adds up. Oh, the teleport from Norsen, straight on to Biggie Cheese. He couldn't get the gun out in time though, loses his life. That is a massive moment, potentially in the scheme of things. McKinley, flash, successful, peeks out, doesn't find anyone. There's the fallback from Andy. Milky from behind says hello and goodbye. Simultaneously gets them both. That is probably the round. It's about to be match point, series point. It is 12-6. And again, it was aggressive plays from Next Gen. Immediate pillars control, again making it difficult to get mound early as well. And basically forced Fun Crew to just have to rush onto C.
Yeah, again, like just the way this team is playing, like McKinley, you know, that flash was great for not just being able to try and get a repeat, but also just that repositioning coming out. And in the process, while they were like focused on McKinley and that very flashy distraction that he was creating, you see the lurk around coming in and just Milky running away with it, getting those 2 flank kills. Right now, economy's still gonna be working out for the side of Fun Crew, but yeah, they don't really have the rounds to work with it. It has to be a perfect game played out 6 rounds in a row for this to possibly get to overtime. And the way it's been going so far, I think it's not impossible, but it does seem kind of improbable. They do have that operator on Lou, did find some great value in the first couple of rounds of the series, so that might be what they need here. However, it's going to be Milky starting things off, though, playing in the smoke, a very cheeky little play, and it's going to be the first, but once again, a breach tip coming out right there.
Starting to sense that this one's over now for Fun Crew. The damn wall has burst. It's a massive moment for Next Gen. It is really not one that Fun Crew will want to watch back this series. Norsen, Spectre finds the kill onto Milky, can push through Waterfall. Splack over towards C now though with Scroll. Biggie Cheese over towards his top left, and he's just sitting and watching it all. He'll catch the player in Waterfall and Norsen. That's the series. It is a massive upset. It is Next Gen that are going to knock out Fun Crew 2-0 as well. They won their map pick of Fracture 13-7, and they're about to win Lotus 13-6. They go one better. It's only Lou. Splack down. Everyone has rotated over for next gen. A tremendous performance from these young up-and-coming players. There's so much at their feet. Lou with a Vandal at his feet, but that's all it will be. It's job done. It's round over. Series over. What a tremendous performance from next gen.
Beautifully played by them, and of course, just I think it especially shown through on Lotus. They play for map control so much. Like on Fracture, considering that it's a much bigger map, you didn't really get to see it as much. But on Lotus, it really shone through. Like you mentioned, on attack, just being able to single-handedly control A and watch for flanks and create some pandemonium on that Viper. Of course, every single round, they kept their options open on attack. They were able to take up so much space on the map that, you know, it looked like they were going to go A, but they had enough space on C to do that instead. Sometimes you saw them go for B. Just a really, really good map control played across, and yeah, I think it was just a really great game coming out of them overall. And of course, I think the biggest thorn in the side of these players from Fun Crew was just these anti-eco rounds that should have gone their way, but time and time again just did not work out. At least last time around it was a force buy. This time it was just like I don't even know. It was just a couple of share shots that did not work out.
Feder and McKinley obviously putting in the numbers, but it was, you know, a team effort entirely. You think about, you know, these kind of rounds, okay, Feder gets a couple of kills, but in other rounds it's Sinaway opening up the A site and what that was able to achieve, and Milky with some really good flanks as well, and good utility usage. Mickey Cheese, spike control and movement on point, and you know, these kind of plays here, pushing forward, and obviously baiting out Andy, who thinks kind of just retreated back, going over towards A site. So the first half was just all next gen in the way that they were playing. This was a rare little good moment. Obviously Lou with the trigger discipline was able to get two. I think he lost the third there, but there just wasn't really many good moments. Even this from McKinley, the timing of it all. I mean, Norsen's low on health, don't get me wrong, but McKinley's got a defuse. So you know, in the end we actually had our head-to-head be McKinley and Lou, and they were pretty close, but Feder just went one better, and MVP for the winning NXG. 7 first kills, that's probably the stat that matters more out of those 20 in total, almost half, you know, our first kills in the round. So absolutely massive performance, massive team performance. It really was from next gen, not just in this map, but also on Fracture as well. And you know, you think about the whole series and you think about Fracture, Zach, the first half of Fracture was all NXG and the final half of Fracture was all NXG. Really, this series, there was just that one middle portion of Fracture where Fun Crew won 5 of 6 rounds, and that was it. And we didn't really see them ever get control of Lotus here either. And yeah, pretty similar sort of economy worm as well to what we saw on Fracture.
Yeah, NXG, they see they're just a team that if they get the momentum, they're happy just to run with it. They look so much more confident and flashy. And Fun Crew, they have the exact opposite problem here. Once they start losing, they just have such a hard time resetting. They might have the weapon advantage, they might have the ults, but a lot of misplays coming out. And like you mentioned there, Jacob, I think it is very much a team difference coming in. NXG, they play as a team. Like, yeah, of course, Ferhat is going to be on top of that scoreboard there with the kills, but it's all out of the setup that the rest of the team does, whether it's the paranoia from Biggie Cheese there or the concussions coming out of Milky. Just the fact that there's so much utility being able to like really help him find those first kills, it makes a huge difference. And on the in contrast, you look at Fun Crew on Lotus especially, you saw so many solo pushes coming out one by one, isolation, and just that lack of coordination. I think it's what really NXG were able to punish Fun Crew for in both of these maps.
All right, we got McKinley on the line with a chat with us off the back of that win. Congratulations on the win, McKinley. It was utterly dominant, I would say, actually, in the end. It really wasn't close. You think about what we were just speaking about, the middle portion on Fracture. Okay, they got a couple of rounds, but outside of that, you guys were just in control.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a big difference to, at least it felt to us, a big difference to how we played a couple of days ago against Bobo. You know, I think we really just kind of dug in deep and thought, you know, what can we actually change to make this better? Let's all reset, mental reset, and, you know, let's do it. So it was kind of just a big reset for us, focus up, look at what we did wrong, look at what they did wrong when they lost to 95X, and then take advantage of that and take the game.
Congratulations on your win as well. And, I want to ask you something a little bit more fun. So in that round, I believe on Fracture, where Biggie Cheese was in a 1v4 armed with nothing but a classic, what were your comms like? I have to know this.
Oh my god, it was probably amazing. Like I tagged the race tag 84. I'm like, race tag 84. He mollies the bomb. They all rush up heaven, and I'm like, okay, well it's over. And he just a tap tap, and I'm like, yep. And then he sees ult, we're all screaming, oh, and then he just he whips the ult, and he's running around on site. It's the round still on. He's like, oh my god, I'm the fucking shit. I'm the best. I'm the best. And so we're just screaming like, oh my god. So yeah, I think we're gonna get coached to upload those hopefully on Twitter, but yeah, it was pretty good. And don't worry about my neon performance. I get better every series, so one day I'll top frag.
I mean, you definitely put up an effort on that map number 2, and yeah, fantastic to see you again on that initiator. Always a pleasure to watch.
Yeah,
definitely
cheers.
spirits high. Off the back of that, I won't hold you for too much longer. Obviously, there's one more series for us to get through today. It will be basically your next opponents, either Honey Badgers or Who +2. I'm not going to even ask you who you'd rather face because I think we know the answer. More so, just going to say, are you guys as a team just going to sit down and just watch it together?
I think there's some celebrations going on tonight, and I don't think some of us will be able to watch it, unfortunately, but we definitely will spend some time together, whether that's right before the game or individually, just to see what goes on. You know what? We're not too worried about it. Just take it as it comes. We don't need to think too much. Play like we did today, and we'll take the dub. You know how it is.
Certainly, I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you very much, McKinley, for coming and having a chat with us. Congratulations and best of luck, of course, for him and his team over the course of the rest of the playoffs. They move forward. Fun Crew go home. What an absolute story that has developed here out of the Oceania playoffs. We're going to go to a break, of course. When we come back, we're going to have a whole series to get through.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
You come this far, and you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Play as hard as you can in stage one. Everything has something really, really big to play for, as I'm sort of saying, you know, multiple teams.
New players, new talent growing throughout our region, and it's not going to change. We're going to see who's going to be able to go above and beyond this year.
Come Thursday, we're going to take it out.
We've seen a few of them. Vizsla does clear. Mike, though, able to respond. Minimize there as well. Vizsla in a very, very awkward line. He gets one, he gets two, gets three!
The Who +2's got nothing on us.
On this map, apparently not the case at all. My shoe, though. Hang on a second. Haven't seen one of those.
Game tonight against NSG, we're going to win, for sure.
They're in the side for smoke back. I don't think there's going to be any pressure. Oh my God.
Fun crew? More like done crew, bro. They ain't getting more than 5 rounds. Let's go.
Gore won't quite find him to the left side. And now Sinaway as well. Just has to make it happen. 3 out of nowhere. Insane spray transfer.
Well, that stinger gets a little bit more meta now with McKinley basically saying Fun Crew more like done crew. Well, they've gone and done it. Fun Crew are done. They're out. Our first team eliminated from the playoff sack, which I don't think many would have penciled them in as the first team to be eliminated. Nonetheless, it has happened. A big result, obviously, for next gen. They move forward. Fun Crew go home.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be someone, and unfortunately for Fun Crew, they are going to be that first domino to fall. But we have another elimination match coming up. We're not done for the day with kicking people out of the playoffs quite yet. The second one is going to be Honey Badgers versus the Who +2. So, yeah, it should be pretty interesting to see how this goes exactly. I think the last one, we were hoping that it would go to all 3 maps, but every time Split comes up as that decider, people just don't want to play it, it seems like.
Yeah, we still have not had a series go the distance. Maybe this one might be different, although I think this one might be one of the more one-sided ones. So we'll have to see. Let's go and have a look at Honey Badgers, though, of course, who probably wouldn't have figured they would be down in the lower bracket this early on, considering the regular season that they had. They went 6-1, 13-4 in terms of maps as well, plus 53 round differential. So they led in all statistical categories and yet lost their first matchup in the semi-finals, losing out to Bobo 2-0. They were close games though, Zach. Obviously you got to cast them 14-12 on Fracture, 13-9 on Pearl. And then it wasn't exactly a stomp by any means, but they would be disappointed to find themselves in this position early on.
Yeah, it wasn't the best I've seen from them, that's for sure. They looked a little bit disjointed, a bit of coordination lacking, and of course Bobo played out of their minds. multiple players showing up, and especially on map number 2, Pearl, I think that Nos was just too much of a, I say this with all possible respect, Nos was too much of an annoying rat for them to like really deal with them consistently time and time again. So on that Killjoy role, so I think that was a major difference maker yesterday. But yeah, Honey Badger is a team that you wouldn't exactly expect to see in the lower bracket, like you mentioned, and I think that they have played against this particular team before as well. The Hoopless 2, they've had some good matchups, but overall, I would say that they've been taking a little bit of the L over the last like 5 or 6 games that they've played. In fact, I think that they were one of the teams that managed to take a map off of Honey Badgers, though. So at least they have that in their favor.
It might be something that they can have in their back pocket. Let's go and have a little bit of a closer look at the Who+2, who we saw, of course, back on day number 1. They did unfortunately lose out to 95X Esports. They played on Icebox to start with 13-8 and had themselves a bit of a mini comeback towards the end. They were down about 12-4 and it looked like a very one-sided game, brought it back to a 13-8 scoreline. Respectable, had some good moments. Vizsla very strong on the Killjoy. Obviously no Harry, Bonobo has filled in and I imagine will be filling in once again. Unfortunately though, Zach, Ascent was very one-sided, 13-5, and it was a bit of a no contest. None of the players on the side of Who+2 went positive. It was just a little bit of a beat down to close out the night. So clearly if the Who+2 are going to find success, I think it has to probably come early on, because otherwise it might be a little bit of similarities where they might have a close one to start with and then fall away as it gets all a little bit too tough.
Yeah, I think that they've definitely struggled before, and on paper, at least statistically, Honey Badgers look to be the much stronger team here. Yeah. And if I had to make a prediction, I would probably bet on Honey Badgers as well. But something that really interested me when it comes to statistics is that the Hoopless 2, they're not entirely, they weren't horrible against the side of Honey Badgers the last time they played. Sure, they lost one map in a very, very depressing fashion, but they did manage to take a map off, like I mentioned. And map 3 was actually pretty close, 13-9 in that third map in the series the last time they faced off against each other. So I think that they have a chance. It's a very sleek, slim chance, but it's still there, and I wouldn't count them out quite yet.
Yeah, you certainly can't, especially after what we just saw from Next Gen and their impressive performance against Fun Crew. So never count out the underdog. Let's have a look at our head-to-head, though. Of course, coming into this particular series with Chosen Gal and Vizsla, which they're a little bit closer than our last head-to-head, and I think probably a little bit more of a fairer matchup. And well, this is a head-to-head because we've got Gal's forehead, but no forehead for Vizsla. So maybe they combine, we might just get a full headshot. But I think two players definitely are going to be able to sort of set the tone early on, finding kills, finding those initial points of contact as well. Potentially, Vizsla had a really good job on the Killjoy back on day 1 as well. So there is that defensive side of things as well. But I think between these two, Zach, I guess give us your thoughts. Who do you think might end up having a bigger performance in this series?
I mean, like you mentioned, they both have shown potential, but if I had to bet, I'd bet on Gal right there. There's a reason why they've shown only the man's forehead, because all you need to look at is his brain. So that's probably why. But, in the series as well, in that series as well that they played yesterday, I think that he was a major pop-off factor. They might have lost, but he was definitely up there on that scoreboard. And I think he's still on that top 5 player list as well. So definitely a player to watch out for in all terms.
Let's see where we're heading for this series. Our last series for today. So map picks: Vital, Ascent, Haven, and if required, which so far has not been required, Fracture, the deciding map. So we head to Ascent. Honey Badger's picking that one. Remembering, obviously, I just touched on it, but it was a map that the Who+2 did get taken apart pretty comfortably by 95X Esports, 13-5 just 2 days ago. So Haven then being the map pick for Who+2. Zach, give us your thoughts.
I mean, this is really funny to me because the last time these two teams faced off in the group stage of week 4 of the OC split, they played the exact same 3 maps in the exact same order. So it's just gonna be like a chance at redemption right now for the Who+2. And to recap what happened in that particular series, I think Ascent was 13-3, an absolute stomp coming out of Honey Badgers. However, the Who+2 did manage to win on Haven 13-7, a pretty dominant showing of their own. They really, really did excel at those attacking rounds. And on Fracture, it was pretty close, 13-9. So I think that in this particular series, we've seen the exact same thing before. It's just going to be deja vu at this point. It's just a question of whether the Who+2 can go the distance this time around, and hopefully, fingers crossed, take us to a third map, because I would really like to see one.
There is a sense of learnings as well, and sort of, I guess, what was learnt from any of those particular losses in the last time out. And also, it's a different circumstance now. It's playoffs, it's lower bracket. You lose, you go home. That obviously adds to the stakes of the equation. So, Ascent first up as we go to our agent picks. Again, it really was not a good day out, unfortunately, for the Who +2 on Ascent the other day. So they're going to have to obviously learn very quickly from that particular loss. Maybe there's some things they might want to change up. So far, not a whole lot. Vizsla over onto that Killjoy once again. Baz onto the KO. And yeah, I think it's all pretty much largely the same from their part. Whereas it is pretty much also the same over towards Honey Badgers as well.
Yeah, just a little bit of a switch around on that duelist role, I think. But I think last time around as well, we did see the Reyna coming out. They like to play Reyna on this particular map, and they're going in for this double duelist combination as well. Noobster, we have seen them pick up that initiator role quite a bit, or even the smokes role, I think, yesterday in some of the matches. But, you know, I do like to watch Noobster play Jett, because he's just very precise when it comes to like hitting some clean shots as well as positioning. And I really wish we saw more Ascent, Honey Badgers play more Ascent, just so I could watch Noobster or Jett, because it's just one of the most cleanest players I think in the region for this particular agent. I know that there are others who play it really well as well, but Noobster Jett, it's one of my personal favorites.
So we set the tone early here. Map pick for Honey Badgers, the map that Who +2 did not perform so well on just 2 days ago against 95X. This should be, you would think, a routine win for Honey Badgers. 13-5, 13-6, maybe 13-7 if Who +2 are off to a good start. So that's probably a fair assumption. We'll see if that plays out though, and basically sets the tone. I said earlier that if Who +2 can win this map, if they can steal this one away, probably would live up to that word of steal and gives them all the chance of maybe causing a massive upset as well. Upset number 2 for the day, of course. For those only maybe just tuning in, we have played out our first series earlier. Fun Crew losing out to Next Gen, eliminated 2-0 as we get an early rush over toward the A site. Who +2 on the move. It's Bonobo that gets the opening kill of the map and of the series. Shots back though by Zhu, and he's able to get at least the kill onto Vizsla, but ultimately it's the attacking team of Who +2 that have got the better of Honey Badgers until Mercer just gets the feet of Zork.
2v2 right now. One thing to note is that Zhu doesn't have that overheal on that Reyna. Had to use the dismiss instead, so no 150 HP. You know, boss battle being fought out here. Both players from the side of the defenders going towards Heaven. Mirza finding the headshot. It's all down to just the Omen. Cobalt having to clutch it out here. Position not quite known. Can play around the smoke a little bit, but no utility left either. If they can get the side of just the toes here, it might be another kill coming in for Mirza. But so far the smoke is holding up, buying some time. Does get spotted out eventually though. Has to hit the shots and not quite able to connect. It is going to be round number 1. A successful retake coming in for the side of Honey Badgers here. But, you know, talking about that round overall, I did like the fact that Bonobo was able to find that opening pick. I know it's only the pistol, but that's one of the things I've seen the side of the Who +2 struggle with the most, being able to like really find those openings in this particular map on Ascent especially. They really do struggle when it comes to this attacking side. I mean, they struggle in the defense as well, to be fair, but, you know, just the fact that Bonobo is looking a little bit more confident today might be the boost that they really need.
Who +2 back on day number 1 in that upper bracket quarterfinal. Did not win a single pistol round, so that was a test there. Close, certainly close, but unfortunately not close enough. So another one, unfortunately, does go against them. Honey Badgers will take that start, and Noobster almost finding an early kill there onto Bonobo through the smoke. That would have been a pretty decent kill. They make their way up over towards Catwalk, through Cubby into Tree, and it will be My Shoe that has to find a bit of defense here, and will so do with the Spectre. Nice spray, spike down. All the information that you can now want to know. They're all just stuck in Tree, spike down, call over the rotate. There's one over towards mid, which I believe is Vizsla, who finds the kill onto Mirza on his counterpart, but at this point now in the round, it's all done. 2-0 to Honey Badgers. At least a Spectre in hand for Vizsla, but you're probably just buying into the next round anyway.
Yeah, might be able to do a little bit more economic damage at best, but not quite going to be happening. My shoe is going to be brought down to 8 HP, but still staying alive, being able to hold on to that gun is a definite plus. Ultimate's not quite charged up for either side quite yet, though the Reyna is only 2 off of that Empress. With that Spectre, it could actually be something that could come into play this particular round because of how it increases the speed and as well as just the overkill coming in consistently, without her having to really absorb it. Might be a difference maker, but But overall, that operator is what I have my eyes on. Noobster bringing it out early. I know it's the bonus round, but still being able to afford it and bring it online is going to be pretty huge right now. Holding down the anchor on this B site here, but again, once again, it's going to be A where the waters are really tested out in the beginning by the side of the Hoopless 2.
Isla just creeping through mid. Has to be, of course, very cautious of Noobster with that operator. Will be a very quick shot. Obo peeks out, and Zoo just actually just kind of sitting in the middle of that doorway position, and that's just going to allow an easy spray down from Bonobo. My shoot through the smoke, expecting the tuck, finds the kill onto Baz. Now here comes that operator making its way up through rafters. Bonobo just tucked in, bottom left. Doesn't go for the check just yet. This Cobalt over towards wine position is going to be smoked off. This actually over towards Catwalk could come in with a bit of a late flank through tree. So think about that late round here. If a couple of kills do not go the way quickly, the Honey Badgers, 1-for-1 trade. Zork falling down. Noobster, the operator, drops it onto the ground as well. Maishu's got a couple in this round, but shut down by Cobalt, and that will be the round. Massive from Who Plus 2, because it's not like it was a full bonus round. Yes, they had better weaponry overall, but you're still going up against a few rifles, an operator. They had to really work for that one.
Yeah, the buy through that operator, not finding any value at all, but it's still going to be a buy available right now for Honey Badgers with the exception of Noobster there. Only 2 away from that Blade Storm, so perhaps they might be looking to try and get that online as soon as possible. But aside from that, just a bit of economic damage done. The Hoopless 2 are still going to be able to buy up as well, though you do see a Bulldog as well as light armor on one particular player. They're getting very close to some of these crucial ults, so they're going to be trying to fight for this orb here. I think that aware of the possibility, Honey Badgers are also not afraid to get super aggressive here. Sweetie getting tagged up quite a bit, but still being able to get keep themselves alive. No command online right now, and that might be what they need. The impetus to really try and push them into the site here.
So important to just be fighting early here. Just get a few rounds on the board. Get your feet wet, you know, in this series. Don't allow Honey Badgers to just get out to like a, 6-1 start. And probably feel the pressure of that as Gal just goes for a swing. Nice little fast swing onto Baz, who just obviously gets caught. Mid control again still for Who Plus 2. That's an area they've been okay in. And for the first time, we're going to see a little bit of B main. Aldrin goes out. Mercer just picks off of that. He does not care. Gets 2. That's job done. It's really all you need. At the very least, Zork, though, on the Sova, is able to get 2 back. Throughout the recon bot as well. Grabs Spike, rotates off and away from B main. Now in a 2 versus 3.
Cobalt does have a positional advantage here. We'll be able to hear a lot of this noise in spawn, but the awareness is there from Maishu there. Spots out the head, does a little bit of damage, but at this point the position is known, so they might be able to even isolate this fight. A side's still clear right now as the Omen does TP back to try to re-coordinate with the teammate. With 13 seconds left, the Spike has to go down now and will be doing so. And I think that for Maishu here, having spotted both of these players, it might be the best plan of action to just try and hold on and wait for the rest of his teammates to converge for this retake here. No ultimates really available for either side to try and utilize. No Hunter's Fury either for that post one, so they're gonna have to do this the hard way, fight things out both towards main, trying to really get these duels together. But already the smoke is gonna make things a bit more difficult. At least the paranoia is gonna be available for Cobalt here, but without that recon, without this extra bit of utility, it's gonna be very rough right now. Gal starts defusing the Spike here, being able to stick it quite a bit. Paranoia connects with 2 players right now. Defuse comes through though. But never mind, it doesn't come through. It's all down to Serena here. A 1v1, but the spray not connecting, and yeah, I called it a bit early, but the defuse does eventually come through. Unfortunately, that smoke being put down by Maishu there was what the team really needed to be able to clutch it out there.
Just gets the job done. It's, yeah, scrappy, but I mean, really, that's not really an issue if you can get the round win in the end. If you lose that there and you lose your guns and ultimately give one over to Who Plus 2 in a bit of a 50-50 kind of round, that really just fills them with a bit of confidence. So despite Cobalt surviving, get away from that one, they do lose the round. So 3-1 start now for Honey Badgers. Guardian on the side of Noobster. Well, that's actually to Gal. But over early with the Blade Storm. Up close though, Mike Shooting's going to shut this one down. Oh, an incredible usage of the Judge. Got the kill onto Baz as well. That's 2 ultimates used as well. Unfortunately for the side of Who+2, they get absolutely shut down. And they committed a lot into that round.
Yeah, the null command for 1 also, they put together all of their remaining money for a buy there, but yeah, that was just a very, very unfortunate round. I feel bad for the KO the most. Gets resurrected just to immediately maybe drop back down, but a really fantastic play coming out of the Omen there, just being able to push as soon as they knew that was coming. Bladestorm finding 0 value as well from Bonobo, so that's going to be something that they're going to really sorely miss. And after that devastating loss, I think that they only took out 1 player in exchange. It is going to be an eco round coming in for the side of the Who+2 right now. They didn't use the Bladestorm last time around, and once again, it's just going to be farming simulator, though at least it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade here. Trades coming through in favor of Honey Badgers eventually. Just going to be 1 player left, and it's all down to the Killjoy. Only as a sheriff, position is going to be no one more or less is aware of the possibility of that high mid push, but still with that weapon disadvantage, not able to connect, and Honey Badgers extend their lead to 5. Just such a dominant showing coming out of them right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the start that Who+2 would have feared, despite the fact, okay, all they've really won is the bonus round. And that's why that 4th round was so crucial. Getting that defuse makes it 3-1, denies the 2-2, gets the economy on the side of Honey Badgers nice and early. Who+2 kind of have to go into their shells a little bit. And then their next buy round, they use their ults and unfortunately get shut down in Bonobo and Baz. 5-1. You've got ults available. You got that lockdown available. Hunter's Fury as well from the shadows, so there is that ult economy to now go alongside the actual economy itself. Full buy, big round for Who+2. Otherwise, it is going to be that disastrous 6-1 scoreline I mentioned at the very start of this game that you don't want to happen, and finally something goes the way of Who+2. It's Zoo pushing out of the smoke. Cobalt spots him. It's an easy tag and kill, and a little bit of more mid control established. Noobstar spots him on the right hand side. No one else to really help punish him though. It's an A-side push, and it's Bonobo that finds success. Zork finding the kill into Gatwin Tree as well. That's massive. That's probably the round. It's at the point now where even despite having a decent economy, I mean, Noobstar only has 700 credits in the bank. Need to hold on to that operator.
2v5 situation, has to get a pick early on, otherwise it's going to be very difficult. The alarm bot being triggered is going to give away information that there is already alert coming through towards mid, and Noobster, having been tagged up off the back of that recon dart, will be looking to just hold on to this operator like you mentioned. They do have that lockdown to work with, but in this kind of situation with the clock having ticked as far as it has, I don't think it's worth buying out. Right now, these players from Honey Badger just trying to converge on this mid presence. Mirza making a little bit of noise to perhaps try and draw the fire away from Cobalt towards the side. Not aware though. Mirza still able to find that first exit at the very least, looking for more, venturing forward. We'll hear all of this presence coming in, but it's going to be Bonobo finding that kill. Noobster should be able to hold on to that operator, but the Who+2, they finally find their second round, and what a round it was. That's the kind of aggression
from the front
being rewarded that you really want to see, ideally, if you are going to be going at that pace, and finally it works out in their favor.
Yeah, early kill in mid is massive from Cobalt, because it just suddenly puts a bit of doubt into the minds of Honey Badgers. It's like, okay, well, they can kind of push through pizza market now. They can get in towards spawn. They can get a little bit more control if we don't have a body over there, and then that just allows the rush onto A sites. An A site hold down. That's kind of questioning: are they, going to be pushing in from rafters? Are they going to be pushing in from catwalk? Like where are they going to be pushing in? And then in the end, it's just a straight rush onto site. Didn't overcommit their ultimates either. That's something I talked about at the start of that last round. As Vizsla gets the opening kill of this one, Noobs the falls. Traded immediately though by Zeus. So no lockdown in this one. Vizsla keeps it in the bank for the next round to come, but no lockdown, especially on B site. It is a little bit detrimental. Spike still over towards B main. Do have the Hunter's Fury to try and maybe gain some information, especially over towards areas like Boathouse. So throwing out the Lear, doesn't get much from it, just gets immediately shot down. So they know there's players in B main. How many is the question? From the shadow from Kolba over towards Boathouse. So they're on site and they get the initial kill on the entry through Zork. That's now a couple of rounds in a row they've been able to do that and do it successfully. Massive kill though from Mercer to get a freebie after the door closes.
Oh, That's a beautiful Hunter's Fury. Now, two players from the side of the Hoopless 2 are going to be super tagged up here. They also have the lockdown to work with if Mirza chooses to use it. However, they're going to have to clear out a lot of these angles first. The timing, not quite ideal here, but still going to be a 1-for-1 trade. The Paranoia buying just a little bit more time as the flank comes through towards main there. The Omen having pushed out off the back of that sound control towards CT. Might be the timing that they desperately need. The shot, not quite connecting though. Again, the trade going to be a 1-for-1. Cobalt bringing things back into it. Gawa doesn't know the position of this player, and that is going to be exactly what Baz needs to close it out. 5-3, and the Hoopless 2 are looking to come back. Already they've matched the score that they had the last time around these two teams faced off on Ascent. It was 13-3, and now 5-3. It just looks like a much more rewarding score. But yeah, after that round, the economy going to be in a little bit of a tough spot for the side of Honey Badgers. They are going to be able to scrape together something of a buy, considering that they also do have 3 ultimates to work with. But yeah, things look a little bit rough for them in the economic standpoint right now.
Yeah, it makes this round so crucial in the 9th round. So 3-3 over the last 6 rounds now. So it's turned into a bit of an even affair, just like that. From 5-1, 5-3, does wonders for the confidence as well. 1 suppression with the knife. See if Baz mentioned that lockdown at the start of the last round. Obviously, Bizzle losing his life means he still has it, but so does Mirza. Potential to trade 2 lockdowns from the shadows available for my shoot.
You should run.
It's a B main lurk once again, and a potential rush off of the back of the lockdown. They don't go straight away. They hold. They want to wait until it's cleared out and force them back over towards the side of the defending spawn. Vislop losing his life to Noobster. That's a bit of a cheeky pick against the run of play in this round. After utilizing that lockdown, they haven't even really got much site control. Only now is that spike kind of just drifting its way towards B site, but you've lost 2 players. The retake from here should be rather comfortable for Honey Badgers.
Yeah, well, the number advantage is certainly in favor of Honey Badgers. They're just going to be converging on site, not even bothering to put that lockdown now. It's all down to these last remaining players. The reload coming in at the worst time possible, and it's just going to be the Omen on clean of duty as Honey Badgers find 6 here, finally getting back into the thick of things. And of course, it is going to be them starting off this retake with that player advantage that makes things so much more easier for them. A lot of these previous rounds you haven't seen the Hoopless getting those first kills, and also just being able to constantly get trades to maintain or keep that advantage as level as possible. But yeah, Honey Badgers, that's more of what you're used to be seeing. In the beginning of the round, we did mention that was a very crucial round for them to win, and they're really good at pulling together these crucial victories when necessary. The Hoopless is still going to be able to buy up in this. Again, only 1 off that null command. No judge in the hands of my shoe this time, but yeah, that's going to be a little bit of trouble for Baz there.
6-3 as we get towards the latter stages of this first half. It was a crucial round for the Honey Badgers, offsetting what would have been some really serious economic damage had they lost it. Now there is that buffer that's back there again. Underarm throw here from Baz, just gets a peek, looking over towards Rafter's position. Doesn't find anyone. Gal just over towards Generator. That's a bolt lined up. Baz checking right side. Zoo's going to peek. Well, was fortunately that he actually overswung that. If he underswings that, he probably dies. It's a trade, 1-for-1. Over towards that A site. Spike not revealed just yet. What a wallbang from Noobster. Great control. Bizzler loses his life deep in mid. And the Spike pretty much has to go down on A now with full mid control. The Honey Badgers on the defense. It's Cobalt that finds the kill. Gao shuts down Baz. Player, you let that Zork Spike down. Gao at Generator just goes solo. Bit of help at Rafters from Noobster, but he does the majority of the work. And 2 quick rounds for Honey Badgers to offset any kind of momentum now from Who+2.
Yeah, just that anchor on site. Gao being able to get so much value, 3 kills on the round, I believe, and of course that kill from Noobster onto Vizsla was super pivotal, not just because it was the killjoy going down. That's going to mean that your lurk and your map presence is completely shut down. They know the positioning of every other player, and it's just going to be easier for them to converge onto this A heaven side and just help Gao out there. Noobster was able to find a kill or 2 of their own as well. Economy not quite in the greatest spot for the Hoopless 2. Apart from that Blade Storm, not much they have to work with. Again, once again from the this A-short angle. It is going to be immense value being found by the Reyna here, finally being shut down, but it's going to be 2 for the price of 1. Some weapons, the gun is going to be dropped, though. I think it's going to be picked up and cycled back. It's all down to just these last remaining players right now. They are going to be shut down by the snipe, but still, it's going to be a lot of work falling onto Bonobo's shoulders, not quite able to connect the blades, and it's just the Baz right now, finding 1 before being shut down. 8th round for Honey Badgers here. 1 round left in the half. It was an equal round for the Hooplas too, but all things considered, still Honey Badgers, they're just running away with this game right now, and they have, to make things worse, they have 4 ultimates online as well. So yeah, I don't know about this round here, Jake.
I do like the counter aggression there. I mean, that's just, again, we used the kind of term dictating the tempo in the last series. Well, it's a little bit of it there, isn't it, from Honey Badgers, even on the defense. It's like, okay, well, they're on the economy, they're on pistols, sheriffs. What are we going to do? We're going to just get into their face. We're not even going to allow them to get set up B main or, you know, A short and get some kind of push and then rush onto site and then, you know, hit a nutty flick headshot and grab a gun and snowball. So you kind of want to stop the snowball before it even looks like it's going to start rolling down the mountain. Really well played from Honey Badgers at that catwalk position. And now, okay, they buy. So we just fall back a little bit. We give them a little bit more space. So they got that mid control. There is no presence over towards catwalk from Honey Badgers. They'll get info from the owl drone. They see one, knowing they get shot from behind. That's at least 2 guaranteed on lock. As the operator in hand, hard to get through. But again, Honey Badgers, it's like, okay, if we want to sit back, we'll sit back. It's got nothing to do with what you guys are doing.
Is going to be spotted out. Still willing to take this angle, considering that they do have that tailwind available, but that drone is going to be the last straw to push Noobster off this particular angle. A lot of utility being expended to try and get this little bit of space in mid, and the alarm bot's still there for some additional information. I don't think it's been broken quite yet. Never mind, it's been broken. Yeah, Hunter's Fury being invested off the back of that by Gawa to at least check out these corners and try to like find some damage here. Does manage to take half of Cobalt's HP out, but aside from that, not much. Followed by Shudo, able to not just tank a little bit of damage on that grenade, but also being able to get 2 kills is just massive right now. This A push has completely fallen apart. It's all down to just the Omen here. 1v5, 1v4 now, 15 seconds left on the clock. Spike not in their possession, and it is going to be a 9-3 half coming in for Honey Badgers. An absolutely dominant performance. You did see some signs of life in the middle from the Hoopless too, but you know, I feel like once you let Honey Badgers get a taste of a stomp, they don't really stop, and it just goes to show, like, across the board, it's going to be every single player for the side of Honey Badgers showing us, especially the Reyna, Killjoy, and Omen, like all 3 of them, they've just been able to constantly just go for these peaks at mid or on these retakes and find so much value.
Yeah, and we're just not really seeing Honey Badgers make many mistakes. I mean, even the rounds that Who+2 won, they won them fair and square and have to play probably above and beyond maybe their usual level to win these kind of rounds. And that's just not going to happen that often. Fortunately for Who+2, you know, Honey Badgers are a very, very good team. Probably shouldn't even be in the lower bracket, but, you know, things went against them yesterday. Double C Prussian with the dive. Obviously, Recon Ball goes out. Remembering Who+2 have yet to win a pistol round in the playoffs. Get another opportunity here. And that's just over the course of series after series, map after map, that adds up. Typically, that's, you know, you win the pistol round, you basically win the round after that 9 times out of 10. So that's 2, 2, 2, 2. So that's like, you know, 4-6 maps or 4-6 rounds or something that eventually you just really goes against you in the long run. These crucial, very crucial situations as well. Down 9-3. You can't afford to lose this pistol round. Otherwise, it's basically 11-3.
I mean, Fnatic did come back from that, but it's a very, very, very difficult to be able to come back from a score like 11-3. So yeah, like I mentioned, this pistol round extremely pivotal for the Who+2. They are on defense, and Ascent is one of those maps that heavily skews towards teams doing better on defense here. I would say the Who+2 did struggle the last time around in this matchup, but aside from that, they look a little bit more confident. That Flash is going to find a lot of value here as Baz is able to push out and find 3 kills just like that with a little bit of backup from his teammate. Site has been given up. 2 players right now. You know, they're gonna at least try to get the pass out. Even that's gonna be denied by Bonobo being able to just push through and get that kill. A flawless round coming through, and the Who+2, that's exactly what they needed to possibly try and get back into this game.
There you go. First pistol round 1 in the playoffs for Who+2. And yeah, as you said, that's potentially what they need to get back into this game. Certainly helps, goes a long way, better than not winning it. And certainly from here would back themselves into, of course, win out in their bonus round, make it 9-5. we're not seeing any kind of force from Honey Badgers. They did not get the spike down. They don't have the economy for that. So ultimately, who +2, can they snowball? That's the real question off of this. Right? Most likely they'll win this round, barring a thrifty from Honey Badgers, and then of course bonus round the Honey Badgers after that. Then it's 10-5 and it's game on. So there's a bit of rope, there's a bit of breathing room. It's not too bad, but still not many mistakes can happen from here. You certainly can't lose this one. Otherwise, you may as well just forfeit the map.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Every single time, I think today we've already seen 2 anti-ecos kind of like just fall apart in the previous series. So I really don't want to repeat of that this time around, especially considering the scoreline that the Hoopless2 is facing right now. And they're also being very cautious about it. You know, you saw a little bit of the orb bait coming out with 3 players just holding down the line, but they didn't even go for the peak there. Instead, they're opting to go in for a little bit of mid-aggression. 3 players towards a short area right now. The knife will be forcing Bonobo out of the corner, but the sheriffs are going to sing out right now. And what Mirza and Noobster are going to be able to find 1 apiece. Singer not doing quite any damage right now, as Noobster still able to hold down the line, looking for another headshot here. 4v3 situation right now. The spike has gone down, so at least it's going to be a little bit of an advantage when it comes down to economy here. However, Bonobo is looking to try and pick this fight. Will get that first kill, but the trade is quick. And right now it's just down to these last 2 players on the retake, still maintaining that weapon advantage. So I think that is going to be one Spectre that can be picked up right now. It is all down to just the Omen. Maishu in a 1v2 does have a Spectre, but doesn't quite have the HP to work with here. Spike not planted for them either. Finding the timing on that first, though, jumping down for the second, trying to get the kill with the running gun. But it is eventually going to be Sok defusing and clutching it out. But that round was too close for comfort, and so much damage done. This bonus is going to be basically nothing unless the Hoopless2 completely buy up here.
Yeah, Bonobo's got a rifle, Bulldog full shield on Zork, so there's something. It almost kind of feels like a little bit of a hero rifle round though still, doesn't it? And it does mean you've won your bonus round, but guess what? Now their bonus round is pretty eccentric as well. So, I mean, unless Bonobo and Zork, you know, I'd still say Bulldog full shield, definitely something that you can win a round off of with the Vandal in hand of Bonobo. They've got to be the ones that make something happen here. Team game, but in this round, it's down to the individuals to make something happen with those respective rifles. Immediate catwalk control established for Honey Badgers, walking on down. Up mid, once again being just left open, and tree as well. It's just a free pathway through cubby, tree. They can go up towards window if they want, get a bit of rafters control. It's a very aggressive position from Baz. I wonder if he eventually just pushes out. Otherwise, he could be in a position where he gets kind of pinched.
Yeah, looking a bit rough right now. However, a lot of control has been taken right now by these Honey Badgers players. It's all down to Zok here to try and get some damage. Trying to find a possible pick or two, but instead it's going to be caught out in the open. Still gets 1 before going down. A complete positive trade right now, and all things considered. That's a huge kill coming out of Global. Still able to hold down the generator position. Gets a second as well with that Sheriff. And it's all down to just Maishu here. A 1v1 right now. Vizsla armed with the Vandal, but not quite having the HP to work with. No lockdown either to try and convert this round out of completely. I think the door is going to be closed as well, so at least that's something else, one less angle that this Omen has to watch here. Does TP out in the open, could have been caught there.
Oh, it was open.
Never mind, Vizsla just walks around. It was open. Never mind, I thought it was closed, and I think that Maishu made the same assumption there. Space for it with his life, and a lovely round coming out of Vizsla, who makes this bonus, not really bonus, but yeah, sort of bonus work great for the side of the Hoopless2. And I think that hero of that round was Cobalt for the side of Hoopless2, being able to get those 2 kills and just buy so much time for the rotation to come in and Vizsla to like be that last line of defense. That was huge. Really clean shots coming out of them, and that's the kind of thing you really need to see coming out of your players when the going gets tough. And you know, 9-3 looked bad, but 9-6, that looks much more doable.
Yeah, and it really was a full bonus round, to be completely honest, right? Like, yeah, you got a Vandal, we got a Bulldog, but I mean, you should never really be losing that if you're Honey Badgers, so they'll be probably a little bit demoralized by that round. Bit of a hero Bulldog here from Mirza. So a comeback on the cards here from Who+2. 9-6, definitely in the driver's seat to win this particular round now as well. Getting the opening pick onto Zhu helps that even further. But in hand for Zork. Vizsla has Mirza just below, gets the walk across, takes out the open player. Vizsla will swing. Mercer's pretty close to being able to win that one. 15 health for Vizsla. One tag though from Gao, what the Sheriff will do. Does he find the head of Cobalt? No. Now forced to reload.
One enemy remaining.
But from the back, it's Bonobo in mid. Marshu on sight. Has the spike in hand. Still a minute to go. Picks up said Bulldog. Now suppressed and gives away, of course, that his position that he is here. Obviously, you just want to get that spike down, get that economy in a better position. But they really respect him here. Who +2? Full group of 3. Death balling now over towards sight. Bulldog in hand. Flashed. There's a little split. He gets the 1v1 with Baz. That's really what you wanted as well. If you're Maishu, you wanted the one-on-one. He got it, but doesn't win it.
9-7 right now. Fuse. I think they're just trying to mess around a little bit. You know, just get into the heads of Honey Badgers even more at this point. Like you mentioned, that was a round where they weren't economically the best off, but still, the fact that Hoopless2 are able to like just put up such a strong fight is definitely something in their favor. I think that going into this matchup, Honey Badgers was a heavy favorite considering their successful time in the group stages and how they had only lost, I believe, 1 series overall heading into the playoffs. I think that was something they're definitely one of the teams to watch out for in the slower bracket. But yeah, the Hoopless2 giving them a run for their money this time around, and also just really being able to build up on that ult economy here. Do have that lockdown available for a retake, but more than that, are only 1 away from most other ults. For the side of Honey Badgers, though, this is a round that should definitely be in their favor because they have 4 ultimates online. I have my eyes on that lockdown as well as that Hunter's Fury in particular. Bladestorm going to be invested right off the bat by Noobster to try and get some space. Lockdown as well, so this A side looking a little bit more vulnerable. However, with this lockdown on this A side, the problem is that this angle is always going to be uncovered, and unless they use a lot of utility to really try and clear off things like this operator, it's going to make things even more rough right now.
Does get detained, but kind of safe, so it's not the end of the world there for Noobster. Sorry, for Bonobo, I should say. Now Joe going to go out with a retake here. Noobster just not wanting to push up. There is all 4 out of 5 players there. Vizsla's not too far away. Hunter's Fury went out. Bonobo got the shot though, with the operator stops Noobster, who only got 1 with the knives. Was very hesitant in jumping up to rafters, knowing that there was a lot of players there. Zoo down the bottom in hell. That gets a double. Looking for a third and does. The wall bang had, of course, the recon to help out. And dying out at Generator is going to be Vizsla. So a much needed round for Honey Badgers, just against the grain. Finally, they were able to win one of their bye rounds. It had been 4 rounds in a row to Who+2. But clearly just stopping that tide a little bit. Fortunately for Who+2, from those 4 rounds, they have built themselves up a bit of an economy, so they can buy straight back into this next round. Hunter's Fury from the shadows available. Null Command as well. Not too far away for Baz, so still a pretty decent ult economy. But obviously for Honey Badgers, they get that little bit closer to the 13th round.
Standing ahead. I have the spike.
Yeah, finally, I think that 3K from Zoo was exactly what they needed to kind of wake up and do what needs to be done. Hunter's Fury invested, though, right off the bat here by the defenders. Now, trying to get an early pick, perhaps, but not quite able to connect at all with anything. I don't think anybody got tagged up by it at all. So, yeah, that's a major ultimate that could have been used to deny the plant that has been just used off the bat. That's by a little bit of time, perhaps, but still 1 minute, 15 seconds left on the round. A lot of time and space that these teams have to work with. Fast going to be that first point of contact. Does get spotted out by the drone, but will be able to still stay alive and hold on to that position. Knows that there is going to be some presence towards the short area right now, and echoing that, perhaps it is going to be 3 players towards this A site, 2 more towards spawn as well. So even if they decide to rotate, at least on that B side, there is going to be some information and some ability available right now.
No charge left.
Ooh, 40 seconds left. Vizsla, just the timing of it. Gets caught by Mirza. This is just tucked in there at the left, and Baz spotted it. A little bit unfortunate for Noob. 4 versus 4. Time of the essence, though. They run straight into the sights of Cobalt, but as he gets 2, so does the side of Honey Badgers. Just when it seemed like maybe the Who+2 were going to be able to win out this round. Overheal for Zoo, and that's a little Ferrari swing onto Bonobo. Messy round, but they'll get the clinical round win. 11-7. They edge a little bit closer to taking out this opening map.
That looked very dicey, like you mentioned, but yeah, they do manage to get that round, only 2 away from closing this out. This is their map pick, and the Hoopless 2 are certainly putting up a fight, but right now the economy after those 2 consecutive losses is not going to be very good for them, so the Hoopless 2 are going to be relegated to the Sheriffs right now. I mean, we've seen them hit some pretty nice shots, so it's not entirely over, but they invested a lot over the course of these last 2 rounds. In fact, they burned through 4 ultimates, and right now they only have that null command left. Probably not going to be using it in this particular round unless they can get a significant advantage right off the bat. Knowing perhaps the economic disadvantage, they're going to be pushing in very, very quick right now. You do see the counterplay coming out of the Hoopless 2. I think the null command going to be popped as well. Never mind, it's not going to be invested, but still, it is going to be a lot of shots that are connecting. The shotgun as well doing its own bit of damage. It's all down to just this one remaining player right now in the corner, getting that first hit pick, a 1v2 right now. Can't quite pick up the weapon though, so it is still going to be Honey Badgers finding 12. And with even if they're losing so many players every round, with the amount of runs that they've won consecutively, their economy is still in a really good place. So things are looking a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not quite at full capacity in that last round, right? So now they get to just full buy in. Light shields though, only for Baz and Vizsla. Got that null command, you got to use it. You probably got to use it early. Probably just at that point now where you probably have to commit. Do you go B main push? Do you go A? And I think probably B main might be the call here, although there is a bit of a 3-2 split. Spike going over B. Are they going to go for a fake? Potentially. I don't know if 12-7's the time to go for that. So it's a very heavy split right now for Honey Badgers. They don't want to be throwing away any rounds here. Just get this one done. Because all it takes is you lose one, then a second, and then if it snowballs to 12-9, your economy's not looking good, and Who+2 can get themselves back into a position. They've got the money.
Right here.
Yeah, have the money but not the rounds. Just 1 away from losing this particular map here. I know that it is Honey Badger's pick, but still, it's a bit demoralizing whenever that does happen. So yeah, a lot on their shoulders right now to try and keep this map still going. Do have the weapons to work with at the very least, but no real ultimates to that they're close to aside from that null command that they can really utilize here. It does seem like Honey Badgers are looking at a B split right now. Oh, the paranoia is perfect, but it's still going to be Vizsla striking back here, being able to find one before being shut down. The anchor on the side does get spotted out by that beautiful recon and is going to be shut down by the Reyna here. The lurk from Zalto not quite going in the favor of shots here, and it is still going to be Zoo remaining alive, trying to go for the repeat, but not going to be quite working out right now. A 2v3 situation. The retake is going to be on, and Gao is going to be the third player on that side, trying to anchor it down. Position gets spotted out here. It is going to be these last 2 players converging on him. The flank is still going to be working out though, but the trade is immaculate, and it will be the Hoopless 2 staying alive for another round here.
Yeah, and I think they played that well, actually. I love the little conversion over towards market after, okay, site's been lost, but we got 3 players up. We've kind of got the numbers still, so they get the retake, and then they get themselves into a good position for it too. So really well played. And obviously for Honey Badgers, got to think, you know, okay, you send 2 players B main, 2 players A. It's 12-7. It's, yeah, you haven't won it just yet. You feel like you maybe have. Go for something, doesn't work. And in the way they're setting up now, Zach, is how I actually envisioned the way they would play this. You've got the lockdown available, stack over to A, rush in, get that lockdown down nice and early, get a couple of kills on the entry, and then it just makes it almost impossible for the retake. There it is, nice and early, forces people back. The timing of it, look at that, straight away. Bonobo falls, they'll grab Baz. The flash is a little bit self-inflicted, but that's okay. That's 3 dead, 3 gone. That's round done. What are you meant to do now? So Honey Badgers put the foot down. Vizsla does get a kill onto Noobstar. Maybe a little bit of hope. Our drone for some information. Very quickly finds it onto Gao. He's tagged up, so he gets sprayed through the smoke, but he is going to sit the block. Zoo from behind, window, knows Gao is low on sight, hits the headshot. Mercer's close to tying as well. Zork almost so close. Yet so far from almost one of the more clutch plays you'll ever see, but falls short. Honey Badgers hold on in the round, and they take this one 13-8. It was not that easy. They had to work for it. Who+2 really gave them a good shot, Zach, but Honey Badgers get the job done.
Yeah, they take their map pick, not quite as dominating as they did the last couple of times they've played Ascent, but yeah, a win is a win. We shouldn't be criticizing them too much here.
Definitely.
And I think we really have to commend the Hoopless2 for putting up such a show. They've shown a lot of improvement over the last couple of weeks, and I'm excited to see how far this team is going to be going. I think that for this particular map, I think that Cobalt was one of those players that really did show up a lot. We were talking about Vizsla in the beginning, but I think that at least over the course of this map, for me, both Cobalt and Zoc were just able to constantly, find those refrags and create a lot of space on the map. I feel like that as Bonobo wasn't having the greatest amounts of success compared to his duelist counterpart on the opposite side, Zoo, but for as a team, I think that they showed a lot of cohesion and coordination, and the Hoopless2, they definitely did put up like a really good show.
Well, let's go and have a look at some of those stats. You mentioned obviously a couple of names, Cobalt, Bonobo, so definitely standing out on a losing side. Zoo almost 300 ACS and goes 23. I think whenever you play the Reyna, you get that license to play that agent, you've got to frag, and definitely does so. So really, really solid team effort though. I think from the side of Honey Badgers, they were definitely pushed. It wasn't easy. I think when we kind of look at this economy worm as well, you can see kind of how close it really was. They never really got a massive gap. I mean, really around that sort of round 6, round 12 margin, sure, there was that little moment where they were able to get some breathing room, but it was always then Who+2 got one back very quickly after that, right? You look at the first 6 rounds, it's basically a 5-1 scoreline, and then Who+2 just get 2 very crucial rounds, keeps them alive. They don't get anything else after that for the rest of the half, but then what those 2 rounds do is it allows them to put themselves in a position where if they can start well in the second half, there's a platform there, and then that's basically what we saw. So push to the limit, 13-8, good scoreline considering it was the map pick of Honey Badgers. Does it fill you with any hope potentially, Zach, before we go to the next one, that they can do something on Haven, which will be their map pick?
I hope so too, and I think for Haven in particular, it is one of their strongest maps. They've managed to beat a lot of these teams in this particular playoffs series before on that particular one. Honey Badgers as well in the previous time they faced off. So Haven does bring a little bit of hope, but if anything is to be considered, Honey Badgers is a team that does do their homework. So pretty sure they have a strat to try and deal with whatever the Hoopless2 is going to be bringing to the table.
All right, we're not going to wait around too much longer. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, though, it's the second map of this series. Honey Badgers is currently up 1-0.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
You've come this far, and you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabriel Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenajay, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
It's the perfect start for Honey Badgers, but it was, well, made to earn one as well. 13-8 the scoreline from Ascent. They really did have to work for it. It was not given to them, Zach, and considering we actually thought maybe it was going to be a little bit one-sided, particularly on Ascent. Wasn't to be. Haven to come very, very shortly. Before we do get to that, though, of course, shout out to BioCode.Lab, which you can go and check out in the chat, I believe, ! BioCode.Lab. That'll probably do it. Either way, use the code LPL Season 1 and you can get 20% off. So you can use that one at biocodelab.com and yeah, get yourself upgraded basically in all facets. Just get better. That's really all I can say. And that's probably what we need to see from Who+2, Zach. They do need to get a tiny bit better, but we'll give them credit. We'll give them a good pat on the back. It was a decent effort, decent showing against a very formidable opponent.
Yeah, for sure. It was a considerable improvement from the last time they faced up against them on this particular map. And overall, I think that over the last couple of weeks, they have shown a lot of improvement, much better at coordination as well. And you did see some really nice shots coming out of a lot of these players, especially, I think, for this particular map. Like I was saying, both Cobalt and Zach really showed up huge there. Just able to get so much of damage done. Not in this particular round, of course. In the beginning, Honey Badgers did have a very dominant showing, very much of a stomp of a start, but despite that first half not exactly being in the favor of Team Who+2's, once the side swap really came about, I think they did a fantastic job there, just being able to get those 4 rounds in a row together and give Honey Badgers a run for their money, bring things to like that 13-8 scoreline that they concluded on. I think that they definitely deserve, like you mentioned, a huge pat on the back for that.
Yeah, we just saw there, obviously, in the replays. It was 9-3, you know, like it was getting to that point where I personally thought it was going to be a bit of a runaway game for Honey Badgers, you know, the kind of game you win 13-4, 13-5, and then you can see very quickly here 9-7, and suddenly it's just kind of game on, and every round really matters, and every moment really matters as well, and we were pretty much seeing a quite even affair across the board. And obviously, if that's the case, Honey Badgers probably still the likely of the two to edge out, and that's exactly what did happen. It's Zoo that took away the MVP from that game, 299 ACS, just one short of the magical 300, but nevertheless, they do, of course, win their own map pick. That is something to obviously keep in mind. Haven to come now, which is the map pick of the Who+2. Does that fill you with any hope that maybe they can send us to a third map?
I think it does, because it's a map that the Who+2, it's probably one of their best maps when it comes down to it, and I think that they definitely do have a chance at taking it to map number 3. There's always a chance. They just have to contend with the fact that they did lose map number 1. I know it wasn't their map pick, but it's always a little bit demotivating to head back into a series being 1 map down. I think we've seen the effect on a lot of these teams here. You know, the mental is as much of important as your strats and whatever else you have heading into the game. So hopefully for the side of the Who+2, they can still have that under control. But Haven, yeah, I definitely think that we can push it to a map 3, but I'm not going to say that we will, because every time I've said that map 3 would be nice so far over the last 2 days, I have not gotten one. So I'm just going to keep mum there.
Just speculating a little bit here, obviously on Haven, there's a little bit more of those longer sight lines, and I'm thinking of Noobster on the Jet with an operator. Probably a map like Ascent doesn't quite always, you know, give you as much as you would like. You got the mid play, but a lot of that's usually combined to like catwalk and sneaking through, not so much the dueling. Do you think that might actually bode well for Honey Badgers to have Noobster on the Jet, on the operator? If we're just sort of speculating a little bit before we do get the agent selections?
I mean, it could bode well, but the main problem is that I think that it wasn't looking like he was having a really great game impact-wise the last time around. However, though, I think at the end of the day, even if Noobster isn't going to be able to put up those numbers, all that he really has to do is create space for the rest of the team, and I think we might be seeing that coming through. A bit of a role switch, though, for the side of Honey Badgers here. I think the last time, I think that they were playing Gao on that Sova position, but now it's going to be the Breach coming through instead. A little bit of a change-up when it comes to the initiator roles here. Also running that Killjoy instead of the Cypher. A bit of changes coming through in the Asian comp, but personally it makes sense to me. I think we're looking at a perfect mirror matchup here.
Yep.
So any predictions for us, Jake?
Well, I think you probably have to go with Honey Badgers, despite how close that last map was, and of course this being the map pick of Who+2. I think the experience and the strength of what we've seen from Honey Badgers throughout the regular season should get them across the line here, and especially already having that one map. And I guess we've seen it now. We've had obviously firsthand a lot of series play out. We've had 5 to be exact, not 1 has gone the distance. So you get that first map, you get that under your belt. History says you go on and get the 2-0. It's a lot harder when you're down as well in the second map, knowing you're already a map down. You know, if it gets to a scoreline, you know, Honey Badgers 7 and Who+2 are like 2 or 3, you really start to get that overwhelming dread, that sense of like, man, we are really a long way back. We're not only going to get back in this game, but then we've got to go to another map. They're only like 5-6 rounds away from winning. It can get all a little bit daunting as we get underway. Second map, Who+2's map pick. Bonobo does get the opening kill. It took him until the second half of the last map over on Ascent to get their first pistol round win of the playoffs. Can they back it up and go back to back?
Still anybody's game, despite, especially with Noobster being taken down that early here. A really pivotal pick. Without that Jet, it's going to be much more difficult to really like make some headway. But anyway, that was it. They are going to be on defense, so they still have a lot of utility to try and work with here, including everything in the arsenal of that Breach, as well as the Killjoy setup to make things worse. Right now, Garage is going to be where they're looking to push. It's going to be Gao taking that first point of contact all alone. The peeks into 3 players, not quite able to do anything, and it's just going to be cleanup duty right now. Last player central is going to be Zhu here, getting that first kill, gets a dink as well, but not quite able to get that final kill. It's just a 1v4 situation, not even able to get the first, and the Who+2 will find this pistol in a very convincing fashion, with 4 players still left alive to boot. I think they got the plant down as well, so definitely having the money to work with is going to be very helpful.
Yeah, very clean. I mean, that's absolutely the dream start. And 2 pistol round wins in a row. Maybe the tide turning for Who+2, but also maybe it might be too little too late over the course of their playoff run. Still, now is the time to find a change in fortunes. Get the pistol round, you get the plant down. So full shields and Spectres. Light shield, Vandal now. Yes. Little slight switch to the Phantom, but Vandal's where the heart is. Nice sight. A little look in at the moment. Shorty down in sewers. How many times have we seen that? And how many times have we seen it be successful? And it will do so. And the shield on Zork helping him out there and keeping him alive from that second shot of the Shorty. Gets him to half health. Noobster. Dash in hand. Oh, the timing of it stops that plant from going down. But in the end, does not matter anyway.
I would be so mad if I was the one planting the spike there. It happens to me every time in my rank games, but yeah, all things considered, like you mentioned, not too much damage done. It was the anti-eco after all, not much of a buy coming out of there from Honey Badgers. The bonus though looking a little bit dicey for the Who+2. They still do have those 3 guns that they carried in, especially that Phantom, which is what I have my eyes on, but 2 more Sheriffs coming in for Bonobo and Zaku. Both went down the last time around, so things gonna look a little bit more difficult. A little bit of toss the weapon here and there there being played as they drop the Spectre to their Jet Bonobo, who might be looking to enter here. Once again, early recon not going to be finding any value on either side, though that Ultorb is going to be able to get picked up here for free. Honey Badger's not afraid to go for it with the help of that Omen smoke coming in. Right now, though, again, they're still going to be aggressing towards this A site here. Knows that there's going to be the Omen towards C, and with 2 players on A, they're going to have to really explode onto this site to try and make things work, but they're just investing so much utility that it's going to buy so much time for the rotation from the rest of Honey Badgers to possibly come in if necessary. Oof.
Just under a minute left. First full buy round for Honey Badgers, and still a little bit precarious. 2 on A. They're going to get caught out on an island here. Just about. That's a lot of smokes. Obviously, a little bit of vision comes from it, and Maishu gets a lot of vision. Okay, gets 2 with the Phantom, but 2 went back the other way, so it's a 3-3. Neon Swarm placed onto the spike to try and deter, and that unfortunately is just not going to be far enough for Cobalt to get away. 2 falls shortly after, though. Merza does well to get the kill onto Baz, and Vizsla now in a 1 versus 2. Spike down, has the Swarm on it.
One enemy remaining.
Still something he can rely on. Might not even need it. Vizsla with a quad, a clutch, and a big play. In the bonus round for Honey Badgers, it wasn't necessarily a full bonus in a sense because 2+2 really strong weaponry wise, but this is the dream start for Who.
Exactly what they need as well heading into this particular map. Their map pick doing a great job, and of course Vizsla, I think that we did bring him up in that head-to-head about what a dominant force he can tend to be, especially on this Killjoy, looking much more comfortable on this particular agent, I would say, compared to last time around, especially on Haven, being able to just get that impact frag. I think that was the last bullet as well that he was able to get that final kill with, so very, very stylish way to win it through. Right now, though, economy not quite in the greatest spot for the side of Honey Badgers. Only Sheriffs online for everybody. No ultimates to work with either. That Bladestorm not quite activated yet for Noobster there. Not even just barely halfway there, I would say. And in the meantime, it is going to be the Silva who has pushed up towards this A main area. But once again, you do see the patience and the coordination coming in. The drone being invested, though Vizsla gets a little bit ahead of themselves. That's going to be the lockdown taken offline for the duration of this round here. And once again, all these players from the side of Honey Badgers, they're just venturing across the map here, trying to find a pick or two. The flank as well being activated right now. Mirza, though, being taken down, not finding the ideal timing here. And it's going to come down to whether Noobster can connect the shot or not. Will get the shot connected and get the spike down as well. Still could be retrieved thanks to that smoke being generously put down by the Jet. But aside from that, this A side is going to be where this hit is eventually coming.
Yep. Bonobo gets the flash to land onto Noobster from his teammate, and he's able to follow up on it. Galdo with a headshot onto Bonobo. Runaway thrown out by Zoo. 2-2 in an eco round. Is this what kind of gets Honey Badgers going on Haven? It's been a slow start. You don't want to give them an inch. They'll take a mile. Baz will get the double. So it's 4-0. Flawless start from Who +2. 2 + 2 equals 4. 4 rounds they've won. It's a buy round now for Honey Badgers. They need to stop this momentum. Otherwise, we might have our first series that goes the distance in the playoffs.
Gotta start somewhere, right? But yeah, the Who +2 looking much more convincing on this particular map here. They do have 3 ultimates to work with in this particular round. That lockdown especially might be pivotal, considering that if you manage to get down, get control of that A sewers area and put it down, it's just going to cover that entire A side. So definitely something that could be super valuable here. Once again, it's going to be the Omen, not quite afraid to get aggressive towards a C long area. However, though, talking about Omen plays in particular, Cobalt will be able to TP over and get a quick pick. Does have that ultimate available, but will use it just before Noobster is able to quite focus that operator and get that shot. No trade coming through either. Unfortunately, though, Noobster is able to take up quite a bit of control in the meantime. That might not be enough, though, as the C side does seem to be where all 5 players, in fact, are going to be stacked up for a while. Noobster pushed out all the way, though, waiting for the rotate, able to get that position. Now that the Killjoy utility has been taken offline due to the distance between the turret and Vizsla there, huge 2 kills coming out, and these last 3 players are going to be stuck in this corner right now. So he's still able to hold down the C side by themselves, and they're just going to be stuck between the Omen and the operator.
Timer factor, in fairness, 40 seconds left. And Spike taken over towards C Long. Next kill's vital, absolutely. And Sue just spawning Cobalt stuck over in Cubby. 30 seconds, fakes the teleport, holds his position. Tucking in on site. Baz, I thought maybe was going to be in the sideline as Sue. They get smoked off. That Spike's still there, by the way, deep bottom of C Long. And I think at this point, you got to make a commit. And it looks like they're going to rotate over towards B. It's been opened up by Vizsla. Just in the sense of just peeking on in and not seeing anyone there. Spike will go down in a hurry. Honey Badger's got to read into this. Cobalt just pushes C Long anyway. They've played this really well, Who+2. I love the fact that they left Cobalt there, knowing full well that there's going to be the rotate off of C site. Zoo finds the kill into Baz. Vizsla got to get that kill. Has a couple pushing on him. Just gets a little bit overwhelmed. And in the end, numbers win out, and Honey Badgers will get the opening round for them on Haven.
Yeah, finally showing up, and I think a major factor in that was going to be Noobster with that operator, just being able to shut down that rotation completely, getting that extra little bit of space in that little bit of time where Vizsla was out of range of the turret was just fantastic, and the repeat to be able to get that kill onto Zoc as well was just brutal there. I don't think they expected the operator to come swinging back out, especially once that turret was back online. But yeah, really good round coming out of Honey Badgers, who are finally showing signs of life on this particular map. And now the Who+2, they have a question to ask. The C site has been impossible to try and go for us with this Omen Killjoy combo, and especially with the Zoo willing to play super aggressively here. And of course, A site, it has that operator to contend with as well, possibly. So where exactly will they be able to go? So far, they found success towards this garage area of the map, and now they're looking for a direct C hit with the help of this Rolling Thunder, and it's going to force the side of the Who+2 to go in for a full 5v5 retake.
Hope doesn't find anything on the entry. Scouts everything out on site. Not finding the sign of life. Hunter's Fury out, and it hits the mark for Maishu. Got quite a lot of damage of sight. And unfortunately for Who+2, they just got surrounded. Baz doesn't know which way to look, left or right. In the end, it's good night. 3 for Maishu. And just like that, it's the signs of the Honey Badgers that you would pretty much come to expect. Dominance in these rounds, clean. They lost 3, but you keep the operator, you get the defuse. There's not a whole lot you can do in kind of stopping that spike from going down, though, especially with a Jet dashing in, Cloud bursting, C Long rush. You don't necessarily want to fight that straight away. Sit back, allow them, go for the retake. So, yes, they get a bit of economy from that. But 2 rounds in a row now for Honey Badgers as we get ourselves a little bit of a timeout.
Yeah, I think talking about that particular round though, it was a really, really quick reaction by the side of Honey Badgers to be able to like just fall back and go in for that retake like you mentioned. And I think one more factor that really made the round for them was that Hunter's Fury coming out of their Sova. It denied the plat for like super long time, and it really just let the pieces of that retake set themselves up. Maishu in particular being able to trade things out consistently. I think even though Noobster went down right off the bat, being caught in a kind of bad angle, the trade was immediate, and they just throughout the round they were able to like kind of keep up that numbers advantage heading into the retake in really good positioning as well. Like they managed to catch somebody who just got off the spike plant, and it just seemed like there was no time for the side of the Who+2 to really get into any kind of post-plant positions. They're a little bit awkward, which is probably why they are calling this timeout here to try and reassess tactics and figure out what is starting to go wrong. Because right now 4-2 it isn't that bad, but like we mentioned before in the previous map, if you make a mistake and you let Honey Badgers get any kind of momentum going, it's gonna be really, really hard to stop them in their tracks, and better done earlier than never, I would say.
Get out of my way!
So pressure on Who+2. Funnily enough, the team that's the underdog, you go up 4-0 on your map pick. It's a great start, dream start, but now 2 back the other way. Makes you think, okay, kind of need to stop them now before our economy gets any worse. So our drone goes out, who peeks with it? It will be Bonobo. But at the very least, Vizsla finds the kill on to Noobster. And look at the pressure here from Maishu. Should catch the back of a couple. Does collat in the end onto both Vizsla and Baz. So make of that as you will. But that's a buy round from Who+2. And it is just decimated inside 30 seconds. Down in sewers. Clean. And unfortunately, not a lot you can expect from Cobalt. Even really getting a plant down here, you would think is going to be otherworldly. Zood decides to go walkies. And walks straight into the sightline of Cobalt. And well, this is all you can really want. Is for everyone to go hunting. There's a second, but down to 5 HP. As much as we want to get excited, that makes it almost impossible from here. One tap, one bullet hits his shin, and he's going to fall over. But from the shadows he goes, and he fakes it. No, sorry, that just must have been spectator bug for a second. I was like so confused. Gets the plant down C. But again, remember, very low on health.
5 HP in a dream here for Cobalt. Has to try and somehow isolate some fights here. 1v2, both these players are going to be trying to stick together, or actually they're going to be converging from the opposite side, so Cobalt might be able to find a positional advantage here. Puts down the 1-way as well, but they know that this player isn't going to be too as long, because that's where Baishu came from, and that's going to be the defuse coming through as well. A nice try by Cobalt. Honestly, respect for being able to, you know, trying to go for that play despite being super low on health and investing that ultimate, but if it had worked, it would have been really cool. But regardless, a nice try for Cobalt. They can really do so. They might even have to go in for a half fight here for some of these players. You do see 2 Bulldogs online, but they do have 2 major ultimates, both that Hunter's Fury as well as that lockdown to work with, so things not exactly in a super dire shape. However, Mirza has that counter lockdown of their own for that retake, or for possibly just trying to hold on to that site, so they're gonna have to be very careful about how they're gonna be using these ultimates. Maishu only 1 away from their own Hunter's Fury as well, if I'm not wrong, so that might be something that comes into play over the course of this round, as you see them just going for the Altar form to be able to farm to get it online right off the bat.
Yeah, and it's interesting there because I actually thought Vizsla did a good job. Gets the turret down and sneaks by, as we see Maishu and Sewers just getting a nice spray down kill onto Baz, but Noobster was still watching that courtyard side and got the kill, so it was a little bit unfortunate for Vizsla. And kind of similar to the round gone by, where we're just seeing early deaths. These early contact fights, just all Honey Badger. That Aldrone spots the last 2 members, so that's going to be the call out to the rest of the team. A couple of players pushing it from behind. Round is over. Maishu gets 3, eventually falls, but job done. Really, really well done. And he's the king of the sewers at the moment. Zork just sitting inside of the smoke, but is surrounded. Lights out and economy out as well. So 4 in a row to Who plus 2, but then 4 straight back from Honey Badgers, and Who plus 2 can barely put 2 together. They've got very little economy remaining.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very broken buy coming out of them, though. I think that Stinger might find some value, especially considering that it's going to be paired with heavy armor on Bonobo. So if they can dash in, get a kill or 2 right off the bat, and try to pick up some guns for the rest of the team, it might be what they need. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much ultimate usage in this particular round, unless of course the Hoopas 2 are in a rather advantageous position here. Once again, this early control coming out towards this A side, it's been a consistent trait time and time again from the side of the Honey Badgers, and it's completely shut down 1/3 of the map for the Hoopless 2. Like, it's been so difficult for them to make any kind of advance towards this particular side of the map. Oof.
Well, they can get onto site B, they'll get the plant down, but unfortunately you need to start winning rounds rather than just relying on getting the spike down. Flash falling behind the box, Maishu and Gal. Baz gets 1 with the Sheriff, not bad. Well, you said that Stinger was going to be put to good use. It does get 1 onto Gal, but down 2-3 and offside. And Vizsla forces with the lockdown. That might not be the round to do it. I don't know.
I don't know either. It just seems like a bit of a waste, considering that it was an eco round and it could have been better invested, like you were implying, towards another round there. But desperate times, maybe Vizsla thought there was a chance at a clutch. I actually don't know what they were thinking, but yeah, that's gonna mean that Mirza's lockdown is almost completely uncountered right now. They do have that Hunter's Fury available, but that means it's not gonna be available for post plant or a pick, and that's just huge coming out of Honey Badgers right now. They managed to get one of the most annoying ultimates out of the way, especially considering that it got buffed recently. You can't break it with that aftershock anymore. But yeah, I digress. The point is, like, Honey Badgers, they're getting a lot of these crucial ultimates out of the way while farming up their own and maintaining like a significant economy advantage. And it's just this defense is so difficult for the side of Hoopless to really get through at any point of time.
Oh wow. Well, when it rains, it pours. Noobster getting an early kill onto Cobalt down C long. Hunter's Fury from Zork. Gets 1 tag onto Mercer, and that's it. They will slip on by through mid courtyard now. Cloudburst out. Gal got a decent angle on that, though. It didn't block him at all, but Bonobo wins the fight. Hunter's Fury now from Maishu over towards B site, and this one connects. Vizsla falls. Everything just going the way of Honey Badgers, even the ult usages. Baz left side. Mirza will come out on the right side, and Zork had no idea Baz, though, still obscured by that smoke momentarily, allowed Mercer to just slip by, and he gets the kill in the back. 3-2 remaining. And with 45 seconds left in the round, they've still got the spike. Options are plenty. You can still go for B, you can actually slip on by over to A. Paranoia goes out. Baz just goes walkabouts on the middle of B site. Bonobo gets the kill, saves his life. Noobster didn't quite have his gun out ready. Tag onto both of them, straight through the wall, surely. Bonobo can't dash away from that position. You're stuck, you're locked in. And Maishu having a tremendous performance here on Haven.
A really lovely retake coming out of Honey Badgers. Even if Booster did mess up a little bit with that operator push out, got a little bit too aggressive for his own good. The other two clean things up. That recon, beautifully done, will be able to get that first kill. And even though the Rolling Thunder was invested by Baz, not quite able to connect and find anything, as it's just going to be Maishu once again walking back around casually getting that kill. 16-7 right now. This man is having a game and a half. Nobody on the opposite side even able to compare. In fact, the top two frags for the Hoopless 2 are the same as the top fragger for Honey Badgers, and that should give you a testament to how much work exactly this one player is pulling off time and time again, round and round again for the side of Honey Badgers. Economy still in a very awkward spot, though. The Hoopless 2 still going to be able to afford a buy this time around. They're going to be trying different areas of the map. Once again, it's going to be Garage where they're trying to like kind of pour through here. Do get stalled a little bit by that Killjoy utility, and it's going to be Mirza in the corner trying to do some work here. Alarm1 and that Nanoswarm doing quite a bit of damage game, but only able to still get one kill before finally being shut down. Alone on the site, it's going to come down to Zoo to do a lot of this heavy lifting here. Pushed out of the corner by the Aftershock, will be taken down, and for once, the spike will go down after several rounds with a player advantage remaining towards the side of the Hoopless 2.
Yeah, unfortunately for Honey Badgers as well, everyone's just so far away. You're not really in a position because, unfortunately, Noobstar was over towards A site.
Nice try.
Gal gets the kill, though. That's big. Now it's 3 versus 3. Certainly winnable. You got to go for it. 10 rounds in, into the 11th. Noobs with the Bladestorm out. Loses his life, though, quickly after that. Got one and done. On Cobalt just kind of sneaking around. Don't think Gal has time, though, unless he gets an immediate kill on Vizsla, who really can just sort of tuck and hide. Doesn't have to come out at all. Pops the Swarm. That'll be the round. It will be Who +2. Technically, you stick it, you hold it. No, I don't think so. No, he didn't get on it in time. Gets the kill. Everyone dies in that one, but it's Who +2 that come away with the round win.
Yeah, a round that they really needed. And again, it's just a question, like, they managed to get the numbers advantage right off the bat, and in the end, it came down to a 1v1. So the way that they're playing and the way that Honey Badgers are able to just somehow get these kills with insane timings, as well as just knowing where to wallbang on this particular map, they really need to try and push for these advantages early on in these rounds here. They've been letting the Honey Badgers get away with a lot of control on the map, and as a result of that, it also shuts down their own options. But yeah, the Garage push finally comes through for the side of the Hoopless 2, and it looks like they're gearing up to try and repeat it, to try and make it happen again. The economy might not be the greatest, but they do have those ultimates to work with. The Bladestorm leading the way right now, though, after being faced with a little bit of Killjoy utility and possible rotations towards the Garage area, they're going to slow down and take a breath for a bit.
It was a close affair on Ascent, proving to be again a close affair on Haven this time. So Honey Badgers really made to work for it. Oh, there's two just peeking out. Spike went down. Obviously, Noobs are getting that information. Paranoia a little bit late, and oh my god, again through that sewers position. It's just free for Honey Badgers. So they'll close this half out. Cobalt just tucking into the top of long. As soon as you get that kill, though, Gal's going to be able to get you, and that is exactly what has transpired. And they know exactly where Zorkid over towards Garden. They both peek at the same time, though. What? Hang on, sorry. I'm a little bit confused as to the one at a time I meant. I said same time, but I meant one at a time. Could have played that one a little bit better, a little bit cleaner. And ultimately, they lose a round they should never be losing. 6-6 scoreline. Who +2 pick up two massive rounds to close out the first half.
Yeah, they looked really, really convincing on attack, and of course that massive clutch coming out from Zach towards the end. I think it was a 1v3. To be fair, the first player was super low, but yeah, the 1v1s being given away for free by Honey Badgers there. Not exactly what you want to do in a 2v1 situation. But hey, bygones are bygones. We are going to be going on to the second half of this particular map. The side switches come in. It is going to be Honey Badgers on attack right now, and they are going. It looks like they're going to be going for a little bit of a split play here. You do see two players towards mid, and everybody else looking towards that C site, where there is going to be this killjoy utility already layered on site here. So yeah, things looking a little bit challenging if they decide to just go for it, unless they can take the get a pick immediately. 3 players right now towards around the site here, and it's going to be Cobalt starting things off with that first blood.
A 2 pistol round wins in a row for Who Plus 2. Can they make it 3? Look at that perfect start, getting the elimination onto Gao, and you can see really the difference. You think back to the first series for Who Plus 2 in the upper bracket quarterfinal. Didn't win a single pistol round. It's a lot of rounds you're giving away. Now suddenly, win the second half one on Ascent. You win the first half here in Haven. In a good position here as well. But it is A site control established for Honey Badgers. Counter player though, so still in a difficult position to win this round. Noobs are watching the sewer push, along with a long, but it is going to be from this link position that the dash comes in from Bonobo inside the smoke, gets the kill onto Zoo. Baz and Bonobo are just lighting up the kill feed along with Zork. It's pretty clean in the end from Who Plus 2. Not going to lie, that is a very good retake.
Defuse this fight.
Very well done by them. 3 players still alive, and yeah, they look much more confident on this particular map. I think that in particular, I like how aggressive both of these controller players are going to be playing for on this particular map, whether it is going to be Cobalt or Zui, as we saw in the previous half. Not afraid to peek down that C-long angle and just get a couple of nice head taps. They do have the Killjoy utility for backup, and it might actually bait players. Even if Cobalt went down there, it might like bait somebody into like a really quick execute. And in a pistol round especially, pushing into that Killjoy utility can prove to be like almost suicidal, so something that you really don't want to do, and they do reassess that. But yeah, for the first time I think over the course of this series, it is going to be the Who Plus 2 taking the lead here in this particular map, 7-6 right now, looking to expand on it even further, as they are going to be having the weapon advantage in this anti-eco round. As for the Honey Badgers, not much to work with. They do have 3 sheriffs I think, if you count the one on Mirza, but aside from that, yeah, things looking a little bit dicey for them.
So they retake the lead for the first time in a couple of rounds. They started 4-0 until Honey Badgers won 4 of their own. Back and forth here on Haven. But no force buy from Honey Badgers. Good flash onto Cobalt, but he's got the gun, he's got the Spectre. And therefore he's got the best opportunity to win that fight, despite being flashed. No one can get the initial headshot to take him down before he can get his own shots off. So he's got 4. Can he find the ace? They might just look to give it to him. Low on health, a little bit of high ground advantage, and he knows where Mercer is. Why not? He'll get it. Today's for Cobalt, and it's a 2-round lead now for Who Plus 2.
It's always a pleasure to see an ace coming out, especially. I know that it was an anti-eco round and the guns weren't the greatest for the side of Honey Badgers there, but still, it's always nice to see an ace. And Cobalt in particular has been stepping up huge over the course of the series, both on the previous map as well as this one. Seems like it is going to be the Omen activated right now, already having that from the shadows as well for a quick rotation if necessary. And this defense being put up by the side of Who Plus 2, it looks really well put together, really coordinated. They're going to go there every round. You see them go, not afraid to go in for a little bit of early info, maybe for a pick or 2, and then after that they're just happy to play once they've established the advantage for that retake. It seems like I think once again it is going to be Bonobo this time around taking the charge, armed with the Bulldog here. Not much damage that they can really do, but again they're not afraid to like bait out some peaks coming in. And it's after making that much noise, it does seem like C is going to be where these players are eventually venturing. And Cougar set up here as well. Ooh, that's just nasty. 2 somehow there. How does this like a 2?
That's crazy. Bulldog, long range. Gal got 1, can get the second though. Finally, Vizsla shut down. Despite Vizsla getting the opening 2 though, credit to Honey Badgers. They've just through sheer force got their way onto C. It will be Bonobo coming from C long. You've got Zork over towards spawn. Ender spawn. So a little bit of a pincer movement attack here. Whereas for the side of Honey Badgers, Vezra and Maishu are both stacked together. They both basically can just rush off. They do not give him the 1v1s. Bonobo straight onto the spike though. Swarm goes out. Does it go out in time? It does not. It is a quick defuse from Bonobo in a round where Honey Badgers forced bought. It's 2+2 who have bought and won this round. 9-6.
I think it was basically a bonus as well for the Hoopas too, because I know that they had one
Yeah,
rifle,
and Bulldogs
but
and
everything
Spectres.
else, yeah, across the board, yeah, and of course, just Vizsla being able to hold down the fort and get 3 before finally being shut down was huge. Like, of course, kudos to Honey Badgers for bringing it back down to a 2v2, but still, the positioning of these players, and of course, just the fact that Mirza was so late to the side and the spike wasn't exactly planted. Like, the Killjoy molly is not the Brimstone molly. It's not going to kill somebody in 4 seconds unless they were already low. So a little bit of an unfortunate occurrence right now, armed with the major upgrades, including an Odin from Zok here. It is going to be some attempted damage on this ace side. I think that so far it is going to be Noobster. Untag does have the Guardian to work with. A very broken buy right now for the side of Team Honey Badgers here, but they're still looking to make it work. Looking towards this B angle, and Noobster will open things off with a quick pick, though it's immediately shooting out.
Strange buy from Honey Badgers. They've kind of gone in Vandal, Guardian. Now they got 2 Vandals. Stinger as well was bought. Oh, Bonobo's just going to get overwhelmed here. Got 1. Actually kind of fortunate to get 1. To be completely honest, was kind of in no man's land aim-wise. Was able to at least just flick ahead, get a kill. Oh, that's wonderful from Zoo. Watching the counter flank. Cobalt's there. Gave away his position as well with his shots. Well, it feels like it's been a little while since things have gone the way of Honey Badgers. This might just be the kind of round where it does. Didn't really overcommit into the round. A Guardian, a Vandal, a Stinger. And might just be able to walk away with the round win and 2 Vandals anyway. Cobalt, though, winnable. A little bit of time. Throws out the smoke. One of the fake teleport, he's tagged. So he's positioned well and truly known. He'll get flashed. He'll get rushed by Gao. Team Ace 7-9. Much needed round win for Honey Badgers.
Yeah, they managed to make it work, especially I think that the kill that they found onto Bonobo there, who got a little bit too aggressive for his own good, was crucial because it opened up the A side. And I really like that call to rotate over from B towards A, because the B side is way less defensible on that retake attempt, I believe. So them booking it over to A instead, and of course them being able to get that Hunter's Fury online for Maishu, having him as that backup plan in case the retake does work out was huge. But either way, a great round overall, like you mentioned, coming out from the entire team, and much needed breath of fresh air. I think that's the first round that they've gotten in this entire half, and especially after that loss of their full buy, it's going to be a little bit of solace coming in. Once again, this mid has proven to be successful for them in the past. You can see that adaptation coming through, though, from the side of Hoopas to a cheeky wallbang kill for Zok there after finding the drone value. And just like that, once again, it is going to be Noobster taken off the board.
Mid control established, but not much else. And C-long push as well has come from Who+2, so they know that they're not really A, they're not really C. It has to be B, and they can play off of that information, especially for Baz, who's holding close right. He has been smoked out. Goes out. It's the push though from Mirza. Did lose his life. Couple of trades through the smokes. Nice from Bonobo though. Are sharp and vicious, and they root straight through Zoo. So Maishu in a 1 versus 4. Plant down. He's got too many targets to look at. It's Who+2. That make it 10. It's 10-7, and they get themselves a bit closer to taking this map and sending us to a 3rd map, a decider map for Fracture.
Team Ace.
Yeah, they're definitely fighting hard for it right now, and just 3 rounds away from that part of my map. So I think it's definitely a possibility here. And of course, just a really good tactics coming out. I think Who+2 realized that Honey Badgers, they like to go for a bit of a default. They like to test the waters down on mid, especially. You know, they've tried that B to A split twice now, and it's worked out for them in the last time. So immediately you can see that early investment of that drone paying off huge for Zok there, and of course the presence of mind to be able to just hit those shots with the Guardian. Very, very nasty. This round, it is going to be a last vestiges of an economy coming through for Honey Badgers. In fact, Noobster is going to be forced to play with that Blade Storm. I think to scoff out, of course, this man can do some insane amount of damage with that particular ultimate, but nevertheless, a little bit of something that you have to keep your eyes on. Ultimates as well, still looking stacked for both of these teams, especially for the side of Honey Badgers. They have so much to work with in this particular round. All they have to do is not get taken down right off the bat, and Mirza barely escapes that fate.
We already had Fun Crew eliminated earlier today. Surely Honey Badgers can't follow them. Nice little drive-by swipe from Noobster. But it's Cobalt that got the trade immediately, so short-lived success there for Honey Badgers. And again, the Jet just unable to get that momentum really flowing. Mirza just checks out sewers, nothing to be found. Everyone else though over towards Garage. Straight through connector onto site. Vizsla is just getting inundated with that utility. Eventually just turns his back to MyShoe because of it. And a great spray down, great game sense for MyShoe. Just when it seemed like Who+2 had maybe done enough to start running away with this. Again, Honey Badgers just get one back. 8-10.
Really nice run coming in. Noobster managing to open up that B side once again, and from this B side they just have so much control across the rest of the map. They're happy to go towards C, and you always have these pesky lurkers as well coming in from Mirza. I think we saw him going around that A site last time around, and Honey Badger's just able to do so much damage. But like you mentioned, the hero of that particular round, the award does go to MyShoe there, who I think walked away with the 3K off the back of it. Also getting a kill off that Hunter's Fury, being able to keep that numbers advantage in favor of Honey Badgers is huge. Once again, they're happy to go in for a little bit of default here. Early mid presence being shown and contested right now. Noobster not afraid to really get into the fray here. Two players watching the cross though, so this crossfire is going to be very difficult for them to get through. Smoke's invested as well, and all of this is just going to be a little bit of noise being made towards this particular site, because the spike itself, it seems to be positioned towards A, but once again, it's going to be Bonobo with that aggressive angle.
Yeah, Bonobo's the one to watch right now. Mirza will challenge. Mirza will just give him the one. Cloudburst, but what a shot from MyShoe. Understanding that he's just got to swing and shoot, and does so. Successfully aims and Noob. And another little foray. Has struggled in the last couple of rounds since he loses his life to Vizsla. Straight over towards that A site now with the spike in hand. They'll get the plant down. Is there going to be any good position here for MyShoe though to push up? Maybe catch Baz off guard. Baz is just sitting waiting for him. MyShoe probably feeling like he has to be the one to make the plays, because he's been probably the best for Honey Badgers, but gets a little overzealous. Gives his life away in a 3-4 versus now a 2-4. Big difference. Paranoid goes out. Gal with a good shot, good angle. Can only get the one, and then lost his teammate. Needed a little bit more. The lockdown goes out. Maybe a little bit excessive in a 3 versus 1, but just confirm the round. Make it 11-8 and put a further dent into the economy of the Honey Badgers.
Yeah, despite that early pick, it's not gonna quite early trade rather interaction towards A. It's not gonna quite work out in their favor, and yeah, Mirza getting a little bit MyShoe getting a little bit over eager there was, I think, what eventually broke the round. I feel bad for Mirza though. This man has had that lockdown for like 5 rounds now and hasn't had a chance to use it yet. I think that might be a very crucial win condition in one of these rounds going forward. Perhaps he was saving it for that counter lockdown play if Vizsla used their own, but now that Vizsla has invested theirs in that previous round, we might be seeing it coming through. Other ultimates, it's going to be the Rolling Thunder available for both these sides, as well as that Hunter's Fury online for Zak. So yeah, I think that both these teams are looking a bit nice when it comes to ultimates. It just comes down to whether the players can stay alive to actually use it. We're going to be starting things off with the Hunter's Fury from Zak here. Already being able to find that first kill right off the bat. That is huge. Once again, it's going to be Mirza being that first blood.
It does just kind of feel like now that the little things are going the way of Who+2. It's not a luck factor, but it's the little things, and Zork is able to just get that opening kill. Really good usage of the Hunter's Fury. They're hitting their sprays, the game sense has been impeccable. They're making bold plays, big positions, pushing up positions like A-Long. Going early with the Hunter's Fury, seeing what happens, but Ovo's been great. Noobster's struggled. That's going to be a very early use of the Rolling Thunder, and a bit of a counter-aggressive play. A counter punch, if you will. It doesn't work. I don't mind it though. You're kind of just getting into the face of Honey Badgers. Doesn't work this time around though. And it does just open up this site. Gal will get the kill onto Zork. Kind of just traded at his teammate. A little bit of a bait. 3-2. They got the advantage. They got the site. Spike will go down. And it's up to Cobalt and Baz to turn this one around for Who+2.
It is going to be Gao looking really low when it comes to the HP. The Rolling Thunder and the Hunter Sphere available right now. Gao is still able to get that kill. That is huge right now. A 1v3 situation for Cobalt to try and clutch out. Is perhaps looking for that usual lurk that comes through, but this time around everybody is going to be positioned towards a site instead. In fact, you see that they're just waiting with all the utility from the breach available right now. The Aftershock buying even a little bit more time for the peak there. Wow, it's one tap from Cobalt comes out punishing Gao for that temerity of that interaction, but with the clock having ticked so far, it is going to be just a save of the weapon coming through. I know that the side of the Hoopless who are decent when it comes to economy, but you still want to try and hold on to that particular weapon, especially considering that their jet is broke along with their Sova as well. So yeah, Honey Badgers stay alive for one more 9-11, 2 rounds from tying things up, but the Hoopless 2 are only 2 rounds from taking it home. So this round is very crucial because the economy for the Hoopless 2, it isn't in the best place. In fact, it's going to be a bit of a half by coming in, and if Honey Badgers can really try and convert this and extend their lead, it might push the series to overtime possibly, or just Honey Badgers getting that 2-0.
No, you're right, 100%. Another pivotal round. It has been just back and forth. 3 of the last 5 have gone the way of Honey Badgers, so they're just edging out economy-wise, and you can see that firsthand. Vandal and Bulldog. Hero buys for Cobalt and Bads. Sheriffs elsewhere. No real ults besides from the shadows. Wouldn't really put too much stock into that. That's a wonderful recon bolt. Gets shot out though in the tree. Whereas the ult economy is looking really clean for Honey Badgers. Lockdown available, Rolling Thunder available. 2 ultimates that can basically get you a site single-handedly. They don't even need them though, Zach. They've pushed straight onto B. No one here for Who+2.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, they're gonna get that space all for free, though Vizsla venturing out from that C-long area will be able to get a pick of their own. Once again, it is going to be the tried and trusted strategy of walking through B2A, but it does seem like the Hoopless 2 are more than prepared for it. Their drone being invested right now, this gamble stack towards his A side as well. If the side of Honey Badgers persist on pushing into this, it's going to be a really brutal revelation coming through, but yeah, they go for this B plant instead, a little bit safer. You do see Mirza looking for a bit more value for these kills, but yeah, it spots out 2 players, and now it's just a desperate fight for survival right now between these players. It's going to be a lot of pistols on board. Loser though being able to come alive here, find 3 kills before being shut down. Mirza on the reflank, and it's all down to just Cobalt again. 1v4, finds the first. Still has so much work to do to try and make this round work out, and with the economy being where it is, once again it might be better for Cobalt to just try to hold on to this rifle here, trying to just find some picks, but unfortunately gets a little bit too greedy, bites off more than they can chew, and Honey Badgers, they get 1 more.
Yeah, and I had to win that one, of course. I mean, really, the only emphasis on the other side was the 1 Vandal, 1 Bulldog. Okay, I don't mind that from Who+2. It gives you an opportunity to maybe steal the round, and if you do steal the round, you arguably win the map. Now you get to buy anyway into this round. Light shields instead of full shields, except for Vizsla. Although Zork has made it happen, I think he gives up the Alp drone to make it happen. I think he's really thinking about really what he wants to bring into this round. He goes even the Odin. So 10-11. Odin spray, unsuccessful. Because it's a seed-long push. So on the complete opposite side of that Sova, and it's Noobster that finally wakes up a little bit and gets the opening kill of this round. Straight away entry onto the C site. It's a complete rush, and it is working out beautifully. Vizsla stuck over towards that alleyway towards spawn. He can't land any tags, and now is smoked off. So this is probably the kind of round now you just got to give it up. You have to just give the site away. It'll be 11-11. You don't have the economy. You bought into the Odin. You've got double Vandal. You're already on light shield, Zach. Like, you can't really fight this one.
Yeah, just a call to save there. 3 players, so it's going to be 3 more rifles that they're carrying in. But Honey Badgers at this point, they've equalized things 11-11 right now. 2 rounds for either team to take this particular map. But the difference is that for Honey Badgers, they're already 1 map up. This is their chance to take it home, eliminate the Who+2 from this particular tournament, and do it in style. And as every other team has managed to do, you don't want to be that first person to, drop the streak so far. Though I think us casters would appreciate it for sure. Either way, though, the hunt is on. It is going to be the Honey Badgers trying to desperately take these weapons out of the hands, but they will still keep 2 alive, and 11-11. We have a game on our hands here, Drake.
Yeah, we do. And I think it's probably not too much of a surprise off what we saw in the first map, right? That was close to 13-8 on Ascent, which was obviously Honey Badger's map pick and a map that we didn't see Who+2 do very well back in day one. So, I mean, they've really stepped up their game. They've been great to watch. And you do just wonder, is there a little bit of heartbreak here, right? You know, like a 13-11 loss after doing so well. It's potentially on the cards if they can't just stop this Honey Badger's onslaught. Suez push for Bonobo with the Bladestorm active. They get a little bit of intel there onto Noobstar towards Garden. No sign of contact here coming out from Honey Badgers. Not looking to push too much just yet. Lingering around spawn. And Bonobo probably not wanting to push too much further. Goes for the Blades, uses the dash. And it's Gal that gets the opening pick. C-Long onto Cobalt. That's a massive pick onto the Omen that's been doing so well in this game.
Just Fury comes out, not quite able to find anything though, and so he's still alive, still kicking, still able to find so much damage. 3 players left right now. This Odin spam trying to materialize, but it might be Sui able to find that timing. What are you doing there, Zach? Caught completely off guard, and it is going to be Baz right now, left in a 1v4 situation. Once again, it does look like the Who+2 are going to be forced to go in for the save, forced to watch the side of Honey Badgers get to match point, unless it is going to be Baz pulling off some kind of a miracle. Gets the first, but the clock is still ticking. The spike is gonna go off, and there's just so much work for Baz to do with 45 HP. It doesn't seem to be a task that's completely achievable already. The push is there, coming back around from C-Long towards Garage, and they're not even gonna let the side of the Who+2 save that last gun. Honey Badgers, they look to be in such difficulty over the last several rounds, but they're on a win streak now when they're at match and series point here.
Yeah, 6 of the last 8. So that's that snowball shift I mentioned earlier. Who+2 have just not been able to really stop it. I mean, it was kind of back and forth. It was like an arm wrestle. You know, round 16 to 19, it was this arm wrestle back and forth, 1 for 1, 1 for 1. The 20th round, Honey Badgers get it, and that's when the economy started to really break. Who+2 were kind of just teetering on that. Well, this is it. They've got the money to buy in this round at full buy. 12-11 to send this one to overtime. Otherwise, Honey Badgers will send Who+2 home. It's been all Honey Badgers when it comes to these opening picks in the last few rounds. It's Vizslev this time. Much needed just to get something on the board. Gal's been so good on that breach, but shut down early on in this round. Lockdown available along with Bladestorm. Expect that they will be used at some point, but Baz has the Rolling Thunder to counter, and there is a From the Shadows available for a half HP Cobalt.
4v5 for once the advantage, leaning towards the side of Who+2 here to push this into an overtime. Definitely a possibility. They do have the buy as well as, but no ultimates really to work with aside from that Rolling Thunder and that From the Shadows. Mirza still has access to this lockdown. Will this be the time they get to use it? Unfortunately not. I don't think we're going to be seeing it in this half at all, as it is going to be Mirza shut down by a little gap through that smoke, unfortunately. In the meantime, though, it is going to be Noobster finding some valuable space on A. The Who+2 are aware of the possibility that this is going to be a little bit more empty here. Doom does manage to catch the Omen off guard, and now Noobster having the advantageous position towards Heaven. Is Baz aware of this? That is going to be the question. If Noobster can find a pick or two, it might be super crucial heading to this particular round. So he's spotting out a second player as well. 3v5 that Honey Badgers have to win to close this particular round out. The Bladestorm is still ticking, still clicking online, and now all they have to do is hold on for dear life, but Noobster already going down. That's huge.
What a wonderful aftershock. Just meant Noobster couldn't really get back to safety up in Heaven. Two has to win this one. Oh, Maestro got a couple. Now there's only 1 or 2, and it is going to be the 2. Bonobo getting the quick double. Wow, that was really interesting towards the end. Overtime we go. Deservedly so. Finally, they were able to get the opening pick in the round, and that really just allowed them to spread over those sites, especially on a map like Haven. You get that opening pick, you can really stretch the defense thin, and that's exactly what Honey Badgers were able to do during their little win streak. Maestro 28 and 16, but somewhat countered by Cobalt 25 and 17. So you got the 2 individual performances, but it's been a team performance across the board. Operator for Noobster here in overtime. No operator on the side of Who+2. And it will be Honey Badgers on the defense. Who+2 shaping up for a C-Long push. The operator of Noobstar over towards A-Long.
Yeah, that might be a point of contention here. Noobster has been very hit or miss with this operator over the course of these 2 maps. Some rounds he's able to absolutely pop off, other times not quite the case. And I think a lot of it comes down to just the positioning. Not going to be on that angle, but able to take up a lot of space for free. It's just going to be the killjoy that they have to contend with. Don't clear the corner though. It is basically holding it down, getting 2 for their troubles before finally being traded out. All things considered, it's still going to be a 2 for 2. So things not too bad right now for the Who, especially considering that Noobster doesn't have that extra armor, doesn't have just have that operator to work with, and will have to switch out rifles. Zoc is going to be super tagged up though. The timing might be everything for Mirza here. Finds the first, finds the second as well. It's all down to just that last player remaining, and just it is going to be them jumping into the crosshairs of Mirza. Beautiful round coming out of the Honey Badgers here, who are on track for match and series point once again.
Yeah. So huge round. You have to think back to the fact that it was Zui with the trigger discipline, wasn't it? That really gave them the best opportunity to go on and win that round. It's very easy to see that jet dash past and think you kind of want to track the jet and spray it, but just basically allows the jet to just go by, because what's the jet going to do? Basically just going into the cloud burst anyway, and it catches the others with a nice little swing peek down C long. It's a match point. Despite all of this effort from Who Plus 2, they're on the ropes once again as they now shift over to a position that they don't want to have to find themselves in. They have to win this. They have to make something happen. On the attack they go.
Make or break right now. So far, no advantages gained for either side. The Bonobo has taken up quite a bit of space. We'll be falling back a little bit, and it is going to be a quick execute onto this B side. A beautiful combination with the Paranoia, and the dash is going to shut down Vizsla. The killjoy being taken down is going to be some very valuable utility, no longer going to be available online. And the Hoopless 2, they are at the end of their rope here, have so much work to do. That turret's still active, preventing Bonobo from really doing a lot of damage. So the timing might be perfect. Bonobo has to open up things, has to find the value here. Unfortunately, the hospital flick from Gao will take them down. 3 players remaining, and there's so much work to do here. I think this is where it's going to be falling apart right now. Mirza in particular able to just clean things out. A flawless round for Honey Badgers to clean up map number 2 and take the series once again 2-0. Every time, Jake, we predict a map number 3, something like this happens. But yeah, congratulations to them. Huge.
Yeah, big result for Honey Badgers. I know that maybe there's some people that would be like, okay, well, they were kind of expected to get the win there, but you know, you've got a team that's basically fighting tooth and nail and giving it absolutely everything. And at the end of the day, there's not as much probably separating the teams as you would think. I think if you've got Honey Badgers at 90% and you've got Who Plus 2 at 100, 110%, then they can definitely win it. We saw it on Ascent. I think Ascent really kind of gave us a really good lead in as to how this series was going to play out. 13-8, it was scrappy, it was close, and obviously Honey Badgers were never able to really get like that full control, and evidently, as we saw on Haven, it was a 4-0 start, obviously, for Who Plus 2. Their map pick, they looked super comfortable. I mean, you couldn't have really asked for a better start. Like, that's probably the most disappointing part of this for them. You know, you get that clutch there as well in the 3rd round. You literally couldn't have gotten a better start, and then you allowed Honey Badgers to win 4-5 in a row and sort of just get rid of that start altogether. So, unfortunately for Who Plus 2, as the going got tough, it was the more experienced Honey Badgers that just got going.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like one area that they really struggled with was on that B side. A lot of times you saw them just give up that space for free, especially, they never managed to get an operator online either on Bonobo, compared to like how on the opposite side, Noobster was able to find some value with it, despite them having the economy at least right in the beginning. But yeah, they were just content to try to go for these kills. And once Honey Badgers found that opening towards that mid area, it was just free after that. They were able to constantly, time and time again, exploit it, get a couple of picks. You did see this kind of adaptation coming out from Zoc to try and counter that, but apart from that one round, it was just constant menace towards this B and garage area, and that was the hole that I think Honey Badgers just exploited, like, shamelessly, for lack of a better phrase. So things very difficult for them, but the fact that it got to overtime in particular against a team like Honey Badgers, definitely huge credit to both of these teams and to the Hoopless 2 in particular.
You saw that actually there, obviously, with the replays up now. It was 7-10 in favor of Who+2, which means it was 7-2 in the last 9 rounds. In the crunch, in the clutch moments, it was Honey Badgers. Might shoot with a 320 score. I mean, absolutely incredible. First half had Sewers on lock. I mean, basically no one was getting past it. Second half was able to get some really good kills as well in the middle portion of the rounds themselves. Team effort, it required it, obviously, for Honey Badgers. It was really solid to see Noobs to pick up after, I think, a bit of a rough start. Really got going in the second half, and Mirza was influential as well on the Killjoy. Cobalt was so impressive, and Zork as well on the Sova. So some commiserations, especially to those two, and commiserations, I guess, to Who+2 as a whole. That is their tournament done. Zach, they are out. They've been sent home. They're the second team following, obviously, Fun Crew. So we do send our commiserations to them. But with the celebratory conversations now, of course, we're going to have a chat with Mirza fresh off of the win. Congratulations on that one. Obviously, in the end, you know, it is what it is. What do you take away from that?
I mean, like, it was a bit rough yesterday against Bobo, but glad to see the boys. We woke up today. Yesterday was a bad day for me as well, especially that first map. You know, it felt good. Felt good to be able to actually frag today, and the boys all pulled their weight as well. I feel bad for the Who guys, but man, like, they're all super young, inexperienced, but like, they're already playing at the top level in the region. So, you know, it's sad to see, but yeah, I'm glad we could get the dub today.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to ask, you know, this might be a very slightly stupid question, but in that second map on Haven, in your attacking half, why were you not using your lockdown for so many rounds in a row? Like, of course, you were caught off guard several times, but you were holding on to that thing like it was the crown jewels for like 6 rounds or 8 rounds in a row. So why? I just have to know as a Killjoy player personally, why?
I can't give you a good reason. Like, we tried to well, what the game plan was, like, we kind of we tried to adapt to what they were doing. They're giving us a lot of A, like, they were taking A, they were showing presence, and then we kind of wanted to show presence elsewhere, walk up B, walk up A, and that meant me not being able to ult. I probably, like, especially that last round of regulation when it was 12-11, I screwed up, man. I just walked out B like an idiot instead of just walking back to A. That's probably the one round I look back, I'm like, I should have just used it then, right? Like, last round as well, but you know, it's all good. We came out on top, right? Though I can't give you a good reason as to why I didn't use that ult.
No, I was just curious because a lot of the times you were caught off right in the beginning, and unfortunately being the first player to get taken down. But yeah, congratulations on your win, and good luck for your future games.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for the cast.
Well, I was going to ask one last question before I let you go, because obviously there is one more game. No, you're right, mate. You're right. There's a game coming up that you've got to play against now, next gen. I just kind of want your thoughts, some raw thoughts on that, because I think many would have looked potentially at Honey Badgers versus Fun Crew, and yet you've got an opponent that many probably wouldn't have expected. Just what's your thoughts on, I guess, maybe what that series played out between those two and moving forward to your matchup with next gen?
I think it's just the Nortian supremacy on that one, I think.
Fair enough.
Nah, fair. I feel really bad for the Fun Crew guys. I was kind of looking forward to versing them, but I guess next gen's just gonna have to do, right? Keen for tomorrow.
Well, should be good. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck, obviously, for the rest of the tournament. And thanks for chatting with us as well, Mirza.
No worries at all. Take care, guys. Good night.
So clean win in the end. They get the job done. Maybe probably not clean. Maybe clean's not the right word. It was close. It was tight. And Who+2 obviously gave their best effort right down to the end, forced out overtime, but falling short, Zach. And it feels like yet this tournament, once again, another fairy tale that doesn't get the fairy tale finish.
Yeah, yet another 2-0 disappointment to all our caster hopes of getting that third map online. But yeah, it is going to be the Who+2, unfortunately, saying goodbye from this particular tournament. And it is going to be Honey Badgers moving on for today, at least. But yeah.
Yep. All right, let's go and have a recap of the bracket and see where we stand. After 3 days have now concluded for the playoffs, we've now sent home 2 teams. We still have not had a 2-1 scoreline. So obviously from yesterday's matches, things remain the same on the top end. It's still Bobo and 95X to play out in that upper bracket final, but it's the lower side of the bracket where we've seen the biggest damage done. Next Gen 2-0 over Fun Crew, sent them packing. Honey Badgers 2-0 over Who Plus 2, but that 2-0 obviously doesn't tell the full story. You have to really look into that scoreline to see how close it really was. And what that means now moving forward, 4 teams remain, Zach, in the lower bracket. Next Gen and Honey Badgers, they've got themselves a date to see if they can continue their lower bracket run.
Yeah, whether the fairy tale, which team the fairy tale will come through for, it is going to be dependent. But overall, I think a lot of these players are individually putting in the work. They're putting in the performances. Even if as a team, they seem to be struggling just a little bit. Overall, I think that a lot of them deserve a huge amount of credit for how far they've come, like in today's games, for instances.
Well, let's get to a bit of an update here. Obviously, moving forward, we've got 4 more games to go. I kind of want your final thoughts, Zach, and how you think maybe things might go from here, because now you get a little bit more of an idea. We've obviously seen 2 teams go home. We get an idea as to the next lower bracket match. Obviously, that upper bracket. How do you think things are going to shape out from here?
I mean, in the upper bracket, I think that if that map is a 2-0, I will eat my hat or something similar, because I think there's a possibility of it nevertheless, but I hope it doesn't happen. And for the lower rounds, I think for Next Gen and Honey Badgers, after watching them play today, I think that Honey Badgers just looks a little bit better prepared, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility of an upset. But what do you think?
Well, I think anything can happen. I think that's what we probably saw from today, with Next Gen getting the win over Fun Crew, Who Plus 2 pushing Honey Badgers. It didn't go to a third map, but both maps were super competitive. At this point, 4 teams remain. I generally believe anyone can win it from here. And so to find out who actually ends up winning, everyone's just going to have to keep tuning in. That's day 3 done for the playoffs here. It's been an absolute pleasure, Zach, casting with you today. Of course, there's plenty more action to come. Make sure you stay tuned, follow all the channels. We'll be back with some more Valorant action tomorrow.
Have a nice